Hello everyone and welcome to my stream today. It took me a moment to actually figure out what I was going to stream today. I have to admit, this one wasn't particularly pre-planned. It actually just came out of an idea I had after seeing the response to a tweet I did this week on Twitter. So yeah, let's give everyone a few minutes to join on in and say hello. I see some people already in the chat talking about the thumbnail. Yeah, I don't know. The last week I did one of those kind of expression thumbnails. This week, the thumbnail very, very inspired. As you can probably tell by Theo's thumbnails, right down to the white background and drop shadow type thing. So little tribute to Theo on his birthday, actually. Today's Theo's birthday, for those who don't know. So yeah, no, people seem to like it. So yeah, we'll keep that rolling. Let's tell people that we're live. I don't know what's going on today. I know there's a few different streamers streaming at this time. I don't know if we're going to have any scheduling conflict, but you know, we are where we are. Hey, how you doing? Let me see here, and I'm going to share my screen. All right. Yeah, this should be fun. I'm gonna be getting into some live coding hopefully today, so that's gonna be good. Oh, this is cool too. I don't know. They're gonna implement React server components in Astro today, right after the stream, in fact. So looking at the timing here, 5 p.m. Yeah, it's almost like they timed it so that their stream would start exactly when we'd be done today. I don't know if this is just smart planning, you know. So yeah, there's definitely a path here. But it looks like Ben and Dan are going to be talking React server components in Astro this evening. So that's pretty cool. All right. Sorry. Let me get back here. All right. Sorry, I was telling everyone that we're live. Anything else interesting happen to anyone today? Should we expect to stream every Friday unless you announce otherwise? Generally speaking, that's how it works. I stream every Friday at this time. I've had gaps, but I've announced every one pretty much. So yeah, this has been my time slot for. I mean, since I moved to Netlify, I used to stream later, like at about 8 p.m. Pacific. But for the past year, every Friday, pretty much. Is Theo live already? I didn't see him there. No, Theo is not live right now. Maybe a bit later. It's so funny. I'm in his Discord, and I did not see any announcement for a stream today. Watch it like literally have just been announced like just now. No. All right. That's all good. We're gonna just keep on doing what we always do, which is hit people with the framework dev content. All right. There we go. Sweet. And it's all good. If people want to go wish Theo a happy birthday on his stream and do that, go for it. But yeah, I mean, today, what are we talking about today, right? We're talking about strict mode in Solid. And what got me thinking about this, I've been thinking about this for a while. We actually talked about this at the end of a different stream. All the conversations around signals that happened about a month ago that pulled out all the React core team, the thing that really kept on hinging on with a lot of the React developer mindset was that they're really worried that they could accidentally lose reactivity and not be told about it. And it was not very clear, why you can just, in a component body, say double count equals count times 2. And yeah, I started thinking about it differently because the problem is, myself personally, and I've said this before, I generally want tools to get out of my way, but I'm seeing this common trend of people wanting tools to get in their way, especially after learning about Rust from Greg from Leptos. So from that perspective, I was like, okay, let's entertain this idea. And that entertaining of that idea is what led to Solid 1.7 and whatnot. Sorry. Who's forking Twitter right now? Is this about the Elon making the algorithm public? Oh man, I need to collect this stuff so when we talk about this week in JavaScript, let me just open this in another tab. Let me get TWiJ going on in the background here, because I can't copy any good links out of StreamYard. Oh, it looks like Prime is live now as well. Yeah. Apparently everybody wants to the stream at our time today. Usually Prime's a bit earlier, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah. Channel. All right, get rid of the feedback loop. Okay, let me see what Matthew Phillips is up to. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can bring that in a minute. All right. Have I wasted enough time yet? Yeah, what is Prime doing right now? Is that what he's doing? Is he going through is he going through the open sourced code? Yeah, whatever. Not going to worry about that. We got our own topic today, as cool and as exciting as that is. All right. Yeah. I like that. Where is it? Open source in quotes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's funny. Open source has a different meaning to different people as well. There's like a huge difference that I want to point out to people. The difference between open source and open governance is like, just on a side note, like completely different concepts. But yeah. What beverage am I drinking? Honestly, it's just orange juice. I love orange juice. It's not spiked with anything. When I had the later streams, it was a little bit of a different story, But I poured this orange juice for at about 5 to 12 my time. So like it's not even noon yet. So there's no hidden vodka or rum or anything in here. This is just orange juice. It is 5 p.m. somewhere. Yes, it is 5 p.m. somewhere. All right. Yeah, no, I figured today was going to be a bit of a split bag on that, but just because of, today apparently is a good day to be streaming at noon. Okay, so yeah, how do we want to get started here? Let me get Excalidraw open in the background, and actually, you know what? I want to start by talking about something that I would usually put on This Week in JavaScript, but I want to talk about specifically this tweet. And let me share my screen and get ourselves up here. I want to start here. juice and whiskey. I mean, if we really want that, I mean, there is this, and maybe this. Again, this is just my laziness. I was on a podcast recently, which they sent me 2 bottles of whiskey to, as part of being on that podcast, the Whiskey and Whatnot podcast. Yeah, apple juice and whiskey is a better combination. Yeah. But yeah, it was definitely a fun time. Shots, everybody know. What kind of stream is this? But yeah, no, it's just orange juice. I swear it's just orange juice. Yeah, yeah, 10 p.m. here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, good. Everyone's in a good mood then. Okay. Good. Okay. So, yeah, where are we starting at? Yeah. Interesting for me is it's actually most of our viewers right now are coming in from Twitch, not from YouTube, which is interesting because YouTube actually had a lot of people waiting for the stream to start. So, that's why I like wasting time at the beginning, but I've already wasted my time. My allocation's done, right? We have to start talking about actual real stuff at some point. I know there's definitely streamers who can sit there and talk to chat for like 2 hours, but that comes later. Let's start stuff. All right. Let's jump in. Okay, so I'm just gonna start here before we do anything else because I posted this tweet and I knew what I was doing. I have been ever since like this idea of like making Solid stricter to help people kind of got in our head. I've been waiting for this moment, and this was I opened up Solid's Playground. I mean, I can do it right now, right? I can just and it's funny. I guess let's reset the template. I wonder if this is okay, yeah. For some reason I didn't have the version with the type. Okay. So I opened Solid's Playground and I did this and I saw that line turn red, which is really exciting for me because it's saying that an accessor of type number is not an element, which is a long time coming. And I wasn't expecting it because sometimes I do a Solid release and the Playground doesn't see it for like a couple days. I just happened to open the Playground and this, I was just playing around and I was greeted with this. So I got really excited and I posted that on Twitter. And funny enough, a lot of people seem to, I don't even know if everyone's even familiar with Solid, but definitely got a lot of attention over this silly tweet. And, obviously people asking about the different mechanisms of which like you can do this. And like the truth of the matter is this is a really weird scenario in that, can I show you something? See, this is errored. The counter is still working. Okay. And the problem is Solid has to work that way. But the unfortunate part is people start using Solid and they don't call the count the first time. And then they go make, another component. And then they go, oh, should I be passing the signal or the value? And it leads this whole chain that I start looking at end user code and I'm seeing people doing stuff like this, where they're just like, I'm just going to inline something like, hey, and in the component button, and that component button has no idea what's going on. It's not expecting a function, but people are passing stuff in like this. And a bug was open on Solid's repo about this, and I was just like, what's going on? Like, why do you think that like the suspense component wants to accept a random function coming in? And people are like, well, the TypeScript said it was okay, but I'm like, that's just like, what does this even mean? Like, especially this one. This one always got me, is like, what does this even mean? Right? Like from a React sense too, especially, you're kind of like, can a button have a function child? So like, it was this order of stuff. And I realized because Solid, unlike other, some of the more like straightforward, I guess, approaches to templating, wraps expressions for you. Like, the thing is, look, I can show you really quick here. Look, I'm gonna put count in here back. And when you look at the compiled output, it's just insert count. Where did your function call go? I actually compile away the parentheses. See, just insert count. There's no parentheses here. If there was, and so like this is kind of why it works. The funny thing is, if it was count times 2, then we obviously need a function wrapper, and we pass the function through. But I just wanted to kind of point out that because of the way Solid works, we have to support it, but to support like dynamic control flow, because the only way to like, this insert is an effect, okay? So like the only way to have like some kind of computed thing get to the effect, you have to track it underneath the effect. That's how reactivity works, right? Like, you have a create effect, and you know, if I just go create effect, and I put count, I go console.log count, right? We go back here, and we make sure that we add create effect to our imports, right? If we do this, all right, and remember it's ×2 right now, and we click on the button, we're gonna see the log count up in our screen here, right? But what I'm getting at is, if you did this and just made this, let's make it C, and outside here went const C equals count. Our ESLint tool actually can point this out to you, but what I'm getting at is this no longer updates the console log, because you are not accessing it under the effect. And in the same way, if we didn't support passing functions into the JSX, it'd be like doing this. Like, we wouldn't be able to get the reactivity into the effect. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch. There is a whole bunch of side effects of this, because then people go, okay, maybe I should pass signals down. And I don't want you to generally pass signals down either, because then you're like in a whole other world of things where like now everyone has to pass a signal down, or you need accessor or actual value, like accessor T or T. And the way we do this by passing values is you don't worry about, neither on the authoring of your component or consuming component, whether the thing's reactive. Like, if you treat everything as if it were reactive, then the right thing happens. Like, if you need something, if you're authoring your own component and you need to be reactive, you're going to access it in the right place. And if you're consuming that component and you don't pass a reactive value down, it's okay, because you have no expectation of that updating, because it can't. So like, this right from the beginning tells you should be passing the value. It's a very big indicator that, hey, this isn't, you know, where you want to be. Okay. It's funny, my red squiggly disappeared for a moment. Okay, yeah, this isn't where you want to be. If you had count inside a reactive element without parentheses, would it be reactive? Generally speaking, no. Like in an attribute or something, we use the parent. That's the other thing. Like, there's a difference between saying, let me use something here, text content. Let's just, instead of actually, there's a DOM property called text content. So instead of doing that, let's put count in here, okay? So let's not use the children. Let's put it in here. See, you're passing a function, right? you have to call that function, and then you should be good. Of course, what's going on here? Oh, it's because of there's like invisible. It's fine. Okay. So what I'm getting at is there. This is what you expect. You pass a function. It's a function, right? This is the kind of consistency that drove this change, and it makes it really clear what to do with Solid. When you are inside a component, call the functions. Don't worry about it. Treat all your props as if they could be reactive. You're done with it. So when you're not using JSX, you have to do it anyway. Yeah. And I'm not even worried if you're not using JSX. Yeah, we could just leave the ESLint squiggly, but and we do have a linter. The challenge I've had with the linter is a little over eager. I like that this is like straight up like no, right? And the reason for that, it's not that we can't make elements that accept functions, or sorry, components that accept functions. It's just like this thing isn't expecting a function. The problem was people, I don't know if people know too much, but like the way JSX and TypeScript works is you have like a JSX element and everything possible gets assigned to that element. And for Solid, when I started, I was like JSX element any, essentially. Like I just defined it as any. Because if you think about it, there's a whole lot of things that JSX element can be. It can be obviously strings or numbers, like things that can be converted to strings. It can be undefined or null, things that don't get inserted. It can be functions, like I mentioned here, that return strings or numbers or undefined. And it can be arrays of those or functions that return arrays of those. So it's not quite any, but as a starting point, any was actually made a lot of sense. I've over time been like, no, stricter. Because like, yeah, sure, you can always cast it if you need to, but like the default experience here should be like, do this. Like you don't have, yeah, even if something works, it doesn't work consistently. It's a artifact of the system rather than like the developer experience of how you should be authoring stuff. This slightly more strictness suddenly guides you into doing better patterns. Do the need for a high threshold is because you don't have Vercel, right? Yeah. But to be clear, it's not like a compiler thing. We don't have special components. Like we have like it's because we want to memoize the cost of creating elements, right? Like this is kind of, yeah, like I think I showed this before, but like you can always I think I did this last stream, but you can be like, I mean, I don't know, you can use .map in Solid. It just, what does a map do? Whenever anything changes, it reruns the whole thing. There's no early exits. Without memoization, it recreates all the children. We don't want to recreate all the children. So we have a special map function. We just wrap in a component for convenience. The red squiggly is TypeScript. The yellow squiggly is ESLint. So like we actually have both here, which is kind of useful because if I squiggle myself back here to my original example, you'll see them both on top of each other. Let's refresh. And what you're going to see here is the TypeScript is type access or number is not assignable to type element. And then the ESLint says the reactive variable count should be called as a function when used in JSX, ESLint solid reactivity. So we do have both. But as I said, I wanted to attack this on a much more fundamental level. Yeah, the reason for the for component, and the funny thing is, like, in theory, though it's not very important, you could improve React's list performance by using a memoized loop as well. I forget who it was. Adobe did that. Adobe has like 4 components for React. So like this is something we do kind of more necessitated perhaps, like, but like if you want more performance, you would do the same stuff. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Good to know. I think the reason that they don't error for our ESLint plugins is because you can get a lot of false negatives here. But this is right on topic of what I wanted to talk about today, because you start going, what's the role of TypeScript? What's the role of ESLint? And what's the role of like strict mode, so to speak, like a runtime mechanism? Because TypeScript, you usually shouldn't be overriding. It should be like the as close to the truth, or the truth you want to give people as you can. ESLint, you can be like, rules can be bent, like React has a ESLint rule about not empty dependency arrays, but the truth of the matter is there are use cases where you want empty dependency arrays. This is true, and you just go ESLint be quiet, right? You wouldn't want a runtime error for that. And I don't think TypeScript on its own could solve that problem. And that's where kind of level lint is. The interesting question is, if you have lint and you have TypeScript, do you need more? Do you is there a value in coming up with a mechanism to at like runtime or debug or test time to actually say, hey, you're doing something a little bit, not maybe, you shouldn't, and be almost stricter than you need to, just to guard for the potential of people abusing it. Yeah, that was my mistake. It is warning versus error, but TypeScript, it's always an error, and ESLint, I guess you have the choice. So like, yeah, it's interesting, right? This whole shift in mentality towards like how to break stuff along the levels. And I will say this, I think this was a little aggressive from a TypeScript point of view. There was like a middle ground where we basically forbid this, but still allowed this. Sorry, it's actually forbid this, to be more accurate. There's a version where I forbid this, but allowed this. And the way we could do that was basically make signals or memos special and be like, look, JSX can be functions if they're if they're actual type accessor, otherwise not. So basically make accessors special. And I hate that less than saying like is signal, but it's verging on that, right? Because the thing is, with TypeScript, you can make any function that returns a value an accessor. So at least by indicating, hey, this is an accessor, that's the type of this. Like if you look count accessor number, then we could set it up that JSX accepted accessors but not normal functions. I just didn't want to draw that line because I was like the value of this, just like, hey, it should be a value, felt so important to me. So we went a little stricter on TypeScript than people might have thought we'd go. But ESLint clearly has its role. TypeScript has its role. Do we need to do more? Because the thing is, like, it's kind of interesting thing about the zones on these solutions, because like TypeScript is kind of like absolute with a zone. ESLint is a little bit grayer. Sometimes it's false positives. Sometimes it misses stuff within what it can analyze. And then the runtime part of it is indisputable. It's like this is the truth. We know in situations we can't even statically analyze. So where to draw the line and bucket it is probably the most important initial kind of thought. So the funny thing is, I'm okay with the TypeScript stuff. We saw the tweet. You've seen this. That's a good place. We can just kind of like lock that in and be like, okay, that's a good place to be. But it's more interesting of like what ESLint misses that TypeScript can't have an opinion about, but that could be caught at runtime. That thing from ESLint to runtime, because like you already saw this when I called count out here. ESLint was like, hey, count should only be used inside JSX, right? Or event handler, or should be ignored. But it is still smart enough to know that this is okay. So maybe ESLint is enough. But I wanted to start toying with the idea of what else could we do at runtime that could do more. Like, here's another one. What if we destructure some props? TypeScript's going to complain here. Let's see here. ESLint actually complains too. Actually, this one is an error. This is not TypeScript. It looks like this is TypeScript. Data is okay. Let's put data right here. Data. Let's give it data is a string. Okay. Destructuring component props breaks Solid's reactivity. Use property access instead. So like ESLint covers a pretty wide range of stuff. It will tell you that, hey, you shouldn't do this destructuring thing. So like I am still kind of playing around with the idea of like, is linting enough, or should we take this to another level? Right. So what's chat saying here? Works in a good size cross code base, right? Yeah. Well, here's the funny thing, right? See, strict mode is, I mean, it's funny. Maybe I'm not supposed to say it and then like just get everyone hyped about it and then not like spell it out. It's a little bit of a like a little to the library maintainers, like. Because here's what happens when you introduce strict mode. You're right. It's opt-in, right? And it usually gets opted in at an app level. So if people start using strict mode and then your library isn't strict mode, then they'll be like, hey, you should change your library to adhere to strict mode. Basically, what strict mode does is it lets the end developer make the choice of whether they care, but forces all the library maintainers to have to write everything in a strict way. Right? yeah. You know, that's... So, like... Is strict mode good? I thought it was a... Yeah, no, strict mode has its purpose, right? Like, people... Here's the thing. We're going to design out what we think a solid strict mode should look like today, because it's not going to be the same as... We have different concerns than React. Our components don't re-render. So, like, I mean, straight up, first thing, our strict mode won't involve console logging stuff twice. I'm just putting it out there. I see no reason to console log stuff twice for our model. It just doesn't make sense. But there might be other things we'd want to do. Which library? Sorry, I missed something from the conversation. More like strict mode guides you towards correctness, but sometimes correctness is annoying and unnecessary. So yeah. My thoughts on JSDocs, like, you know what? I think this stream today is going to make Rich Harris's point, because my idea on prototyping this is kind of a mess, because I'm going to like build the app like solid, like a prototype version on my machine. And then because I'm like too lazy to like set up an environment for it, I'm going to use StackBlitz, and we're going to be copying code back and forth between StackBlitz nodes modules and my local build to kind of play around with how this works. And the whole argument for JSDocs from Svelte was that Rich Harris just wanted to like go into the node modules, like when there's a bug and he's debugging it and he figures it out and he's like, okay, he wants to be just like sitting there running the node modules and be like, okay, good, okay, I have the package here, I'm just gonna commit it. Like he's like literally like just do the work inline in the node modules and then commit it up to GitHub, and just like be like done and done. You know, just pull the tooling out of it. And I can respect that to a certain thing. It's funny. Like, I was never a TypeScript person. I liked CoffeeScript, JavaScript, and then it's like TypeScript and whatever. And then like, I've written some of those docs comments, but I have to admit, I mean, I also used Flow a bunch with React Native back in the day. I really don't like, I mean, I guess it works into documentation because JSDocs, like you write that stuff too, and you like describe the function and you do that. It's just like, I don't know. It's interesting because like for an external API surface, I like that. Internally, I'd rather just kind of like smudge a bit with the types, just like make it work. And like JSDocs almost seems like more work. I know like people tell me it isn't, but it feels like even like, it just feels like there's like, I don't know. I don't mind writing TypeScript the language. Yeah, exactly. It's not like React sits there with a console logger. It's because they want to make sure you don't make side effects that don't clean up after themselves. So they mount it and unmount it to like prove the effects are like that they clean up. And that's respectable, but it only matters in a model where like you can render things over and over. Like picture, I mean, okay, effects could always leak in any system, but picture a system that's based on like always re-rendering things, and then even like the thing is with React and like in normal rendering, you look at those dependency arrays and you go, okay, look, this hasn't changed, I'm going to skip it. So you like an effect that runs on mount or something, it's not going to like double run for the most part. But when you start thinking of concurrency and split trees, the approach that React does is that they're like, okay, new VDOM or whatever. Like there is potential for stuff that shouldn't rerun to rerun again. And they tell you that like, this is something that can happen. So for that reason, strict mode is like a guard against the fact that like it tells you if you're doing stuff not great. And it's not because of just concurrent mode, but just because they don't want to place the guarantees that you can completely trust the dependency arrays for whether something reruns. It's more of a suggestion. So this is their way of like being like, don't like trust that. Like make sure your code is sound. Why does the structuring props rate reactivity in solid? Well, it's the other side of this calling the count as a function thing. It means that inside our components, I mean, I love the playground because I can just show you. Right, this doesn't work, it's broken, there's no button component, but guess what? We can still see the compiled output. It's because this children becomes a getter. So we call button, pass this stuff in, get children, return count. So this still is a function wrapper. There is still a function happening here. So if this is get, if you destructure, you're just calling count out here and not inside your effect. That's essentially it. This data, if you destructure here, you're reading the reactive value up here instead of where it's used. This is why Vue, like any reactive library that's not built completely off compilation for the logic code has this issue, because where you access the data matters. And what I mean by logic code is this is the only part getting compiled. This part is the same. If you see, this is this, like we don't actually morph, like our reactivity is like runtime. So like we're talking about just like a JSX transform. So for that reason, this is why destructuring breaks reactivity. What is when is this like going to random Rust vibes? yeah. It's so funny. Are you guys all watching multiple streams at the same time? Is this like people like in here, like half listening to what I'm saying and then like watching, Primogen, I don't even know what you guys are all talking about. Yeah, I can't see myself picking up, but I've been wrong in the past. Yeah, a lot of JSDoc dislike here. Yeah, and this is a good way of phrasing what I was saying before. Dependency rates control the bare minimum number of reruns. There can always be more. Yeah. Can this be fixed by proxies? No, the proxies are the exact same property. Proxies actually have the exact same problem because proxies also are good. I actually covered this on a recent stream, but like proxies, like you can pass the object through, but then like you're not like essentially this reactivity is based on reads. If you're using proxies to trap the get, like the read, at some point destructuring is going to read it at a point that you don't expect. Don't get me wrong, like I could come up with an example. I don't know if I have to. You can destructure and have it reactive as long as the whole thing's wrapped in an effect. If you go create effect and then destructure a bunch of stuff inside create effect, it works. It's not like it just like destroys reactivity. It changes where the read happens. And this is the main reason why, we have a plugin for this, right? There's a Babel plugin. Like, what is it? Babel plugin solid undestructure, right? Here we go. Install this, and now destructuring will work in Solid, and you won't lose reactivity. And as long as you annotate your components, and if you're using TypeScript, you probably already are, then you have a happy day. There you go. Done and done. So we're all happy. We can destructure. You're like, why isn't this core, right? Well, it's not core because destructuring isn't the problem. The problem is like this. If you picked up Solid and started destructuring your props and it all just worked, and then you accessed it here, and it didn't work, you'd be like, well, why doesn't this work now? And it's because this is all the same model. Destructuring props is just a side effect of the exact same problem. Is you're reading it at the wrong time. That like, unless you can prevent people from reading it at the wrong time at every point, there's going to be inconsistency with it. Like, and by every point, I mean not even in this file. Like, reactivity doesn't matter, right? We can, I think I've shown this before, right? We can just go, let's put count in a different file. Let's put it above the component. It doesn't matter, right? This is not it still works, like this is not this is not something that's easy to analyze unless you had, like a type system that went cross-file, you built a compiler like Marco. Like, there are going to be places that static analysis cannot find the issue because, like, this is not localized to the component. Okay, maybe I like went off on like the whole other spreading too. I think I had nothing to do, not related. Okay. Okay, I'm just catching up on chat here. Right, so there's some talk about whether like big T's are still on what's these points on container scale. Yeah. So like a lot of this is about, the expense at author time. But and this is kind of the interesting point though, how we're shifting things around because like, to a certain degree, I used old type languages and I love JavaScript because I didn't have to freaking wait for the like compiler. Like it really was like you do a bunch of code. And then it was all strictly typed, so like hopefully your code would run like as long as your logic was good, which it wasn't always, but hopefully when you like had written everything, you could look at it and be like, you know what, I'm proud of this code, it will be good. But then you'd be like, okay, I got to compile it, so you get up and go make a sandwich and come back. I mean, I'm exaggerating about the sandwich. It wasn't like you had like 4 minutes for, I mean, it depends on the size of the project, but like it was at least 45 seconds, right? Where you're just like twiddling your thumbs. You go flip over to Twitter or whatever. I wasn't on Twitter at that point, but like you get my point. You'd go over and then get distracted there for like 2 or 3 minutes. And when you came back, like hopefully it was all compiled, then you run it and you'd be like, oh crap, I forgot that thing. And you go change it and then rinse, repeat. Whereas JavaScript, and like, those kind of things, like it was instant. You do like change something, refresh, change, like, and you'd see the change right away. So like, what's interesting to me now is that we're working so hard to get back to a point where it's not even compile time, it's like authoring time. Like we're shifting even further left, because like we want to be told of all our errors as we type them rather than like when we click build. So we're actually shifting things even further earlier in the process, which is interesting if those things are really expensive, because then there's a trust thing. If it's too slow, like it's the whole thing, like if hop module reloading is too slow, TypeScript is too slow, then like, do we trust what we see, or do we have to manually do the manual refresh to make the decision? It's interesting. So I mean, for me, TypeScript is just a really, really good linter. It's not even really good. It's just like a linter. It's like a kind of automated linter where you don't have to you don't have to come up with rules and static analysis. You can just kind of like trust the type system to a degree. Yeah, I mean, if you care about performance and like that's what makes your thing go, yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting choice. He wanted it from a developer experience standpoint, and then now he's like, like there's an overhead to it. You always build with the lower you get in the abstraction, the closest you get to the bare metal, the more potential you have to get more performance out. You also have the more potential to blow things up. But I think again, this is why people like Solid generally, right? Because you go over here and then you're like, oh, like it doesn't get much more down to the metal than, clone this template, add some stuff, write an effect. That effect updates that one piece of text. There's no virtual DOM or something. You just see like, I know this, you don't see all this insert. It's a fancy create effect, but like it comes down to like clone the template, add a click handler, create effect. And that's what's interesting about signals and stuff in general, is because for all these abstractions that we make, end of the day in the browser, we just want like a basic event system that can update that piece of the DOM, right? Like you peel away all the abstractions. You don't need like some heavy process. You just want to be like, look, this piece of text updates when I click this button. Like, how do you get from like whatever this is over here to like just going point, click, update, right? I mean, making your own framework's part of the fun, right? I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people are going to do it at various points. Nothing comes out of it. I don't think it's a terrible exercise. That easily could have happened to me. Instead, I'm here on Friday afternoon talking to you all about cool problems you hit when you decide to go in. Because I'm perfectly honest. My initial idea for the stream, I guess it was more yesterday when I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe I should just do a stream where we just create a JavaScript framework from scratch, like all of it, and then like put in the JS framework benchmark and like show the performance. And I was like, have I done that before? Because I did a petite view or petite solid stream where we basically implemented everything in the framework except for like the template parsing, which I got from Riot. But essentially, we built the control flow like mechanism, the parsing, the logic, and we benchmarked it and we did the whole thing. And if anyone remembers, it was at the time Inferno wasn't as high up, but it basically scored on the JS benchmark higher than Vue. Like it was somewhere around where Inferno was, which is about 10% behind Solid at the time. This before they added warmups and Inferno. When they added warmups, Inferno got right up to Solid, but it was about like 20% slower than vanilla, on average. And I was like, oh, maybe we should just do that again. And the reason I wanted to point this out is creating a library, just kind of going through the effort and getting it within that range, like faster than all the popular solutions at doing basic CRUD table operations, is something that can be done in a couple hours if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it'll take you a bit longer. But generally, anyone can just go, like, I'm going to create a JavaScript framework today and be like, look, it's 3 times faster than React. Like that's like shooting fish in a barrel. Like that's not what this is about. But it's a good exercise because then you can kind of see that and go, oh, it's every other thing that comes afterwards where you like the support, all the different types of scenarios, all the considerations like that we're having on the stream about linting versus TypeScript versus strict mode. Like there is so much more than the mechanics of making something update in the DOM and give it like a declarative wrapper. Like that part's easy. You can do that in the first couple hours. So yeah, that would be my reason for demonstrating it. Funny enough, not for like maybe to share a bit of the knowledge, but more just to show that like that's not the hard part. That's the relatively easy part. Is there a way to see compiled output in the editor as you type a component? We don't have like a VS Code plugin, but like this is what our playground is doing, right? As I type this, you see it go around. If that's what the question. I don't think we have a VS Code plugin for that though. Gift subs came in. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Couch Potato or Potato. Yeah, what it's elite speak. For the 5 gift subs. Appreciate it very, very much. And thank you for saying thank you about the articles. So I'm in StreamYard when I stream, so I do not always see stuff come in through Twitch. So I do appreciate. AJ knows that, so he let me know. Thank you very much. I do appreciate, and I'm sure all those people that you gave gift subs to appreciate not having to wait through those Twitch ads that I'm terrible at. I just don't roll them myself. So everyone takes a hit when they first join on. The real fun is making your own meta framework around these frameworks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because that's like a different sort of exercise. That's actually, the frameworks themselves are very mechanical on like rendering or like DOM type stuff, where meta framework, suddenly you have to be concerned with like the web as the platform a lot more, not about like the fact that if you set the data property on a text node, it's faster than swapping out the full text node content or whatever. Like it and do you know what the tricky part with this is? It's even more emphasized what I'm talking about, because when I'm talking about supporting all these cases, but the framework's API service is usually kept tight. So, or sorry, like the core framework is kept tight so that you can like make them adaptable and reusable, but you don't want to like solve for everyone's cases because otherwise you'd be here forever. Meta framework has to solve for everyone's cases. So like there's just so much more of this kind of stuff. Like, you know, just random things like, I'm building on Windows and some random Unix path is breaking everything in my mono repo only when I'm using Lerna, but not when I'm using Yarn workspaces. And you're just like, why do I have to learn about this? But you know, yeah, that its own type of fun, definitely. Yeah, it is a cool stream, but as I said, I feel like I've already done that. Like, because we can literally build every part, right? We can build the reactive script system from scratch. We can build a basic templating engine from scratch. We can put it all together. Like, it's definitely doable within the time of my stream. It's just like, yeah, if you watch my other streams, you'll know what's up. That's awesome. I'm glad you're having a good time with Solid and Astro. I think it's a great combination. We continue to work closer together. The more we can learn from each other and like do more. I'm very excited to see this. There's some great sites out there. Like people, this combination is a thing. You know, I'm so excited when more of these like Solid and this combination is like a little bit newer, so you aren't seeing it as much yet. But this pairing is so good. I think we're the second most used Astro framework other than React. Like, yeah, there's a lot of projects that are going to go into prod in the next like 3 to 6 months where we'll be able to talk about it more. I only know a couple offhand, like NordVPN and a few others, but like this is going to be, yeah, this is a great combo. There you go. Like you're done, right? Yeah. We actually have a tool in SolidStart where you can go to inspect, and it actually will show you all the stages of compilation and like all the transforms, which is really cool. So like you go like your URL /_ inspect, and we actually tell you in the starting prompt like just go to inspect. So you can actually, it's not like as you type, but you can actually see the stages of like source code, how it gets split up because of the file system router, how Solid transforms the JSX. Like you can see each step and kind of go through for each file. How are we doing here, Chad? I'm not too far behind, only a couple minutes, right? No, and that's the thing, because dynamic is a runtime component. It's not compiled. Again, we only compile the lowercase letters to anything. The everything uppercase is just a normal component, so it is not the same. And that was why it was important for us to forward some more props through the spreads mechanism. It's just tricky because spreads are inherently expensive. Because and dynamics inherently expensive because these are both cases that the compiler can't know ahead of time. Krusner actually signals a different thing. I'm not going to tackle this one right now, but I'm very excited to tell you that this morning I was on a podcast with Ben Lesh. And the whole joke there was like CEO of Signals meets CEO of Observables. And that should be coming out soon for .media. And me and Ben just get into the whole observable versus signal thing. And it should be unsurprising to anyone. We both almost completely agree. So yeah, do check that out. I'm not going to go down that path at the moment, but yeah, it's going to be good. Okay. See, now I'm just getting the general things come in. Did we get a raid? No, sorry, this sometimes happens. How are we doing? Yeah, people are joining the stream. That's good. What do you want? Knowledge? Honestly, just looking at other tools and frameworks and stuff, like at some point someone has to be the one to go out there and collect this stuff. And when you're a framework author, you end up doing this. I saw a great conversation with Evan Yu and Theo the other day, and it was definitely, you could tell like Evan looks at other things as well. And the difference, I guess, or the thing that we have to consider is like, how do we turn that knowledge into stuff that's like usable for everyone? And it was something that I had to do with Solid, because otherwise people didn't understand why I was doing this, right? So I guess it's to everyone's benefit, and the streams are an example of this too, where I realized that, you know, arguing with people on Twitter, you know, about these topics is way less productive than just creating educational foundation for people to actually learn about these things. So I get my knowledge from lots of places, but a lot of engineering and like reverse engineering experience comes in. I can't give you a ton of articles. I try and link any articles that do influence me in my articles, but a lot of times I'm the front of the funnel. So yeah, I wish I was more helpful on that regard. I mean, we do have solid templates. I don't know if they have linting built in or testing. I guess we have like with vtest. SolidStart's doing that. That's largely what we're doing with SolidStart too, is just working on getting these kind of base templates. We realize the need to give people on the ground starting up. Like we have like, if you go on GitHub, you'll find template repos, obviously, and we have the official template repo, SolidJS templates, but I haven't been looking at them recently, I have to admit, because I have been, I mean, what do you got? Yeah, with vtest, with Windy, Tailwind, Uno, Router, like there's a whole bunch of them, because I've been working on SolidStart. But yes, all the kind of base stuff you'd expect we got. All right. Yeah. Brain dumping. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I do here. There's like this trickle down effect. I can't, like, this is just what's going to happen. We're going to talk a bunch. Someone ends up getting something really useful. I quite enjoyed actually Christopher Ehrlich from, you know, T3 community, like Theo kind of community thing. We had him on as a guest. You know, he watched my server component stream, and I think for him that was like, because shout out to Ben Holmes and Dan, like yesterday, doing a really good job of getting to it. It seems like each time Dan explains server components, it gets like a little bit clearer, but I was having some problems like the first, you know, nth number of times of like them explaining it, and I'm like, this is missing. So I made my stream, and then Chris was like that made sense to me. He's like, he started making shorter, like 5-minute videos to like talk about focus on the key points that were made, and then put them in a way that was digestible. And that's kind of the expectation here. I'm not. I'm just being a soapbox here, so I can get ideas off my head and we can move on and try stuff. And I'll leave the polished content for other people who are actual trained educators like Chris. Yeah. Look for my stream on Petite Solid. Another fun one, which is a little less detailed but understand the reactive stuff, is there's one that I take Preact signals and then take Solid's render and jam them together. That's another good one too. But I'd say the Petite Solid one is not one of my most popular streams, but we actually build a framework basically from scratch. Yeah, it's going to be a bit. I mean, I'm not going to stress too much about how much more expensive it is. Like, there's use cases you need to do this stuff. It's just like, it's just not as optimizable as just doing stuff straight up. Oh, good. I'm just like catching up to people reacting to me and Ben's conversation. Maybe, but we've been trying to do this for like a decade. Me and Ben actually talked a bit about this on the podcast, because it's like people have been trying to push a reactive primitive into the browser forever, and it just never just quite gets there, to the point that everyone's kind of just like pessimistic of the potential there. But you could see that all the UI frameworks like need or want something. So it's like, can we do it somehow? I don't know. You know, like you'd think we would. It's all update. Oh yeah. I mean, our it's so hard because I answer the same stuff a lot stream to stream. We had an implementation of something like the app directory back in September. I just wasn't happy with the UX, so the DX. So I kind of like put a hold on it, and we had other focuses. But yeah, we have a server component type implementation. It's. I'm trying to think of. Watch my Solid 1.6 stream back in that I did back in October, or was it November? Yeah, that stream, I showcase it off, and I think it's really cool when you take Solid and apply that kind of paradigm. You feel it more on the small scale, which is the thing. Like ultimately, server components are server components, but when you have a framework that's already like, only like a handful of kilobytes, watching that happen the first time, where you like load up a page that is going to be like 100 kilobytes and next, and it's 10 kilobytes, and it stays that way because it's server components. You don't load more JavaScript. It's a real wow moment. Like you just go like, in reality, when it scales, it doesn't stay like that. But that moment when you're like, how can this be possible and be 10 times smaller? That it's quite a feeling. Thank you, Anthony, for leaking that through. Yeah, I mean, we got lots of projects coming in. I leaked some stuff in the Discord. We'll talk about it more efficiently as time comes. There's multiple tracks, I call it, in terms of the effort. Solid 2.0, the stuff on Start, and all of some more stuff along the server component side are all three avenues that we're in parallel investigating and doing work with members of the community and the team. So the way that all rolls out, I have a rough timeline, and I'm kind of threading the needle, but I'll be able to update more later. Truth of the matter is, Start is the highest priority, and that comes before 2.0. So that's where I would be focusing first. Yeah, we don't want async data loaders though, because that would be blocking. We could do async data in a way that it makes it unblocking, which lets it be a lot more performant. There's ways to block if you want to, but this is just much better. But yes, my plan there is I'm porting stuff from the hybrid server component router back into Solid router, so that we will be able to hopefully support these mechanisms beyond just SolidStart. Yes, I mean Start 1.0, yes. But like these pieces are all like there's multiple things, so many things and different people that I can only do so much myself. So like the timing still hinges on work that others are doing. Anyway, how are we doing? People are still here? Have you all gone and wished Theo happy birthday yet? All right. Go to the next channel on our Discord. That's where all the discussion happens. When I get more formalized, I pull into GitHub discussions. But if you want to like be like bleeding edge on it, everything's like in the next Discord, and actually look for the pinned messages. You'll see my latest thoughts. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's true. Can't load. No, it's actually identical. I think there's a misunderstanding here. SolidStart is the same router, works exactly the same way. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we'll focus on that later. Biggest thing slowing down SolidStart stable release is we're moving the core basis to Astro, so we're changing the underlying adapters, and the progress on that depends on changes from the Astro team, like small pieces, and our kind of reimagining of how that part works. Everything from like the source folder up, like the code, your code, is staying the same. I mean, I shouldn't say that. There's some API changes I want to make that as we're learning, but like it doesn't have to change. If that changes, it's for a different reason. But we need to make sure that we get the stable core of adapters from Astro for like the deployments. So I'm just reading chat and like trying to understand if I'm missing something here. Yeah, I mean the thing is the FS part is actually like a component that just gets inserted in. So it's all actually Solid's routers, so to speak. Like it's not easy right now to start to use a different router other than the @SolidJS router, but you can just like not use the file system routing, and use the Solid router the same way that you would always use Solid router. Well, that's the piece that that's the server component thing, right? And that's the piece that it's going to take a bit longer. I think there's going to be two phases, mostly because we talked about I'll spend a moment here before we move on, but we talked about this in a different stream a bit. It's React's kind of the API that they're giving. They're kind of betting on the fact that they can make the ecosystem bend to their will, which they can, but it's not there yet. So like here's an example. Async components. First of all, I don't like that solution for Solid because we can do better. Async blocking at a component level is kind of poor, actually. And it makes it awkward for streaming and where suspense boundaries set. But like even to do something similar where we could move the async into the JSX bindings and make it more granular, relies on starting up context again. So like you basically need async local storage, which isn't supported in anything but Node. And because Vercel can support it on their platforms and kind of brute force it through with Next, React and them like building these solutions for Next are like perfectly fine being like, yeah, we're just going to use that feature and you have async components and it just works. But like it's actually like things like that are actually kind of challenging. Just like even use server, use client. They're just like, oh yeah, we'll just put this out there, and then like every bundler will just follow suit because they need to support React. I can't do that. So like I have to be on the. It's kind of like the same way how Solid ended up with JSX. I have to be like a little bit more conscious of the impact of React there, because React can just go do whatever the hell they want and everyone's just going to do it anyways. I don't have that power. So I have to be smarter about how I approach the authoring and DX considerations, choose where to take on React conventions where they make sense and we can leverage that ecosystem that is basically there for free for us for the taking, versus like trying to force something that, you know, could be better, but ultimately like who cares, because who's going to like implement it other than a couple of us. So that's why islands and server components are taking longer. Isn't because of a technical reason as much as like I need to actually kind of navigate through the like all the noise and cruft and stuff going on around React server components to put our solution out there, so that we're not like introducing a new standard that like no one's going to support. Oh, okay, I got you. You want to lazy the data functions. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you probably just like wire it up yourself. Like, I mean, the file system router gets in your way, but like, you you have the route and then you lazy load. Like the whole benefit of the data functions is that you don't have to lazy load them. That's like basically the whole point of them. So if you like want to do that, then like you might as well like just not have data functions, make the root of the route not lazy, and then manage the lazy stuff yourself at the route level. Yeah, I mean, Solid already does this. We are on each resource. You can just say like, make this stream wait or not. That I think it makes a lot of sense, because the key part about streaming is about the differentiate between different services. So if data's come from multiple sources, you want to kind of, and or some source is slow, you want to like not slow your whole service down on that. And when you get large apps, like really large apps, you get to a point where the combinatorics of like any individual service slowing down on any individual request could cause like the whole app to always be slow. So you want to split it up. So I think for smaller apps, it makes a ton of sense just to be like, no, screw this. We're just going to wait for it. And in Solid, it's as easy as adding one thing to the resource. I think we added that in, I want to say Solid 1.4 just over a year ago. So yeah, it's a good approach. Yeah, so yeah, I need to kind of wade that stuff out. I still think there's some kind of confusion here. You don't want to load the code to load the data until you get there. But the benefit of loading the code to load the data ahead of time means that you can parallelize loading the actual data at the same time you load the code, instead of causing like a waterfall. Like if you got to the route and you're like, okay, now I'm going to load the code for the component and the code to load the data for the component, like you're back to almost loading the code inside the component. So like, what's the point? Whereas if you said, okay, I'm going to split off the code, so the code for the component for the page hasn't loaded, but I know what data I have to load, and then you fire them off at the same time, you kill the waterfalls. And then with nested routing, you can fetch all three sections and the data for all three sections all in parallel at the same time, and there's like no waterfalls. So like, if at any point in that chain you introduce another lazy around loading the code to load the data, then you're like reintroducing the waterfalls again. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, chat's been keeping me busy here. So let's talk a bit more about the strict mode thing, because like I don't know if any of you have had thoughts about this. Is obviously this is something I would think about more, but I like, maybe we just should start like one of these just so that we can like brainstorm. But my primary thinking of strict mode is, what if anytime you access a reactive value outside of tracking context, tracking scope, it errors warns. That's sort of like the key thing. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about is there's certain messages that we have in Solid right now that could get pulled into a strict mode. Like, this is created outside of a root. It may never be disposed. I don't know if people have seen this error. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So like, signals are fine, but if you've ever kind of come in here and been like, create effect, and been like console log, I mean, this is fine, it's only gonna run once. Hey, what's going on here? Have I like disabled warnings? It's like, there we go. Computations created outside of create root or render will never be disposed. We warn about this stuff all the time right now, but we could also push this into a strict mode, because the truth of the matter is, if you make an app and you put an effect up here, like you're probably not expecting it to get disposed. Like it exists for all of time. Like who cares? Like you're saying globally, I'm making a singleton effect that updates on, this signal I made. Const count, whatever. Count set count create signal, whatever. You're just like you know that it's never going to get disposed, right? So the reason we warn there is because if we've seen people do this, like async. They start creating signals and start creating effects at async timings. Things that aren't being managed, like an event handler, and then every time you click, you create a new effect and it never gets disposed. Our auto disposal in Solid is based on nesting. Like if we put an effect in effect, right? You can do this, create effect, right? Let's move this over so we don't need that. If we put an effect in effect, right? So let's do this and do this. And then format that. And then let's make signal, count 1 and count 2, and then we'll make this one count 2, and we'll make this one count. And then let's bring in our buddy on cleanup. And then we're like, okay, let's see on cleanup, console.log cleaned inner cleaned outer. If I add another cleanup globally here, it would just never call. And in fact, the compiler again would warn us about it. But my point is, like, if I go here and go run it once and then go set timeout, and I don't even know if I need this timeout, to be fair, and then I go set count 2 to a different value, what you're going to see is Playground's been fun for me recently because sometimes it doesn't refresh in a happy way. Let's give it a bit more of a timeout so we can see this. Okay. Sorry, I should have done, these are different. This is outer, inner. What you're going to see is outer, inner, cleaned inner. Okay, sorry, this is still catching up by typing. Right. So you see outer, inner, a 0, and then we cleaned inner, and then we updated inner to 1, right? So outer doesn't run again, obviously, when we only change the inner signal. If we change the outer signal, you'll see outer, inner, cleaned outer, outer, inner. And I'm just showing this to show that, like, when you're using effects and like rendering in Solid and stuff, you don't have to worry about disposal yourself. It just gets taken care of unless you start like creating stuff in weird like click handlers and async contexts. And for that reason, that's why we have the warning to say, hey, this computation create outside of root or render will never be disposed. Similarly, if you call on cleanup, out here somewhere, like cleaned world, it's going to say, like, look, cleanups created outside of create root or render will never be run because, like, this will like, there's nothing, there's no association, there's no like root to associate it with. So we could move these kind of warnings into a strict mode because, like, again, they're not, if you know what you're doing, this is fine. You don't need to be told about it all the time. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's fine. This is my time. Theo has his birthday, so he gets a, he gets a pass on this one. But what's even more fun was that Prime was also streaming right into our same time window. So although it looks like he's done now, but yeah. Can you manually dispose in these cases? If you create a root, that's the whole point. Like we don't give the effects a cleanup mechanism. We say that like if you want to manage cleanups yourself, there's an API for that. Yeah, so this is what we're kind of hypothesizing is can what would make sense to be in a strict mode. Yeah, it is a big if, and that's why I prefer having these kind of messages. So maybe they don't go in there, but I'm just saying hypothetically, if we're building a strict mode, we could say that like the root messages could be part of the strict mode. Maybe I should summarize this thing. No root messages and untracked reads. I'm trying to think of untracked reads. I think, yeah, I think those two are the main ones. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else. Right? So this is sort of my hypothesis of at least what the value of a strict mode is, because like let me show one more example here while we're still doing this. I'll get rid of the nested effect and show something that can sometimes confuse people, which is that if I do this, okay. What am I missing? Okay, yeah, this is where I was going here. Check this out. ESLint is not complaining at me, right? ESLint thinks this is fine. I've set the count to 1, but I'm only seeing the count as 0. Why am I never seeing the count as 1 here? What's going on? And this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. The answer is because we pulled the tracking out of a synchronous context. It's the same as like the root problem I was talking about a minute ago. If I change it so that this is C now, and I access it out here and go const C equals count, you'll see the count is 1 actually getting printed because it's what gets tracked in the effect. This is a runtime mechanism. We're not like unless we were doing Zone.js and we're patching timeouts, like we're not going to like know what the we have to resume the reactive scope and stuff. So it's so funny. People fight this really hard sometimes, and they'll use like Solid has like a run with owner, and they'll like do that. Like the real answer is just don't do this, and write your code in a more like data-driven way. But that being said, like ESLint couldn't, wasn't able to detect this case, and that's sort of like where my idea of strict mode coming in, because there's places like outside of the components, outside of the files, where this kind of stuff can happen without us knowing. Yeah, like this is technically true, but you should never do this. Like almost never do this. People abuse this. In like that's not the solution. The solution is just like set a signal and get yourself back in the flow. It's not like like start like, because as soon as you go async, then like you're suddenly managing a bunch of stuff. Like if you're not handling the disposal yourself properly and you're just like running with that root, the root just gets more and more stuff like added to it to dispose when it disposes. Like there's so many more considerations here that like unless you're writing some really cool low level thing that intended to do it, like average developers should not be using these APIs. So, yeah. So like this is essentially this is essentially like the question, like should this, we should be told that, hey, this should be an error or something, right? I think that's where this kind of strict the strict mode type thing kind of comes in, right? So let's go back here. No root messages, untracked reads. All right, so the no root messages I'm not going to worry about too much because we already have those. Those are easy to detect. The question is, what does it mean to complain about untracked reads? Because it's not that simple. Like another place we talked about, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong playground. The other place we talked about untracked reads was in the component body, like if someone destructures, right? It'd be nice to say, hey, you can't do that. But when you're in an effect handler, I don't know if you actually want that error, right? Let's just start over here. Forget this for a second. Let's go back to our counter. Yeah, like here, when we call increment, and we're reading count here, I don't know. I kind of don't want it to be complained at. And similarly, if someone specifically goes, hey, I'm untracking this, you also don't want it complaining at you. You don't want it to be like, hey, like someone goes untrack. Again, I don't know why I would be doing this, but I mean, I got a perfect example of why I'd be doing this. I mean, not untracked count, that doesn't make a ton of sense, but what I'm getting at is this that we're looking at here is basically on mount, right? Create effect. Yeah, like this only logs once. It doesn't update because we're not tracking count here. But my point is like this solid's on mount is essentially create effect with untrack. You wouldn't want that untrack to not do anything, right? Like, or sorry, to error at you rather. You want to not do anything. You don't want it to track, but you don't want it to error. So like, it's not as simple as the first version of what we talked about. So I think we just have to keep that in the back of our minds as we approach the solution here. So like, because like, if you think about it, like what if you do want to untrack, right? The suggestion I think we're having here is if you go const c equals count, this should, tell you, but this should be fine. Which means that like what a strict mode would actually promote is not that people can't untrack or not track things in these kind of contexts. It's funny. The counter context here is already untracked. It's that they have to be explicit that they're untracking the value if they want to use it here. That's basically the idea of the strict mode. Context. So yeah, let's break that down again. So let's go a little further here. What do we actually want to do here? We want like where are places that should error? Okay, what should error? Component bodies. Async, timeout, callbacks. Shouldn't error. Developer untracks. Event handlers. I got an interesting one that I don't know where it sits. What if someone reads a signal inside of a cleanup function? It's kind of interesting one, right? Not actually sure about that one. Because if you read from like a signal that's getting cleaned up, or it's the reason for the branch switching, it's kind of awkward. Whereas if you read from something else that is completely unnecessary, but like maybe a strict mode should actually consider on cleanup here as well. Yeah, to be clear, when I say like if you're doing it yourself, then you're like there's not much we can do. Which suggests that this mechanism actually isn't, how should I put it? It isn't, it has to be, the should error has to be like the default case for things that we're unaware of, and that the shouldn't error is actually like almost has to be a flag we add on. So like in general, except for component bodies, like the framework calls untrack. Here it's untracked by naturally, and here like the framework calls untrack. So it's actually split. It means that untrack actually almost needs like the option to be like should error, shouldn't error, essentially. And that needs to be handled at each untrack boundary, which kind of gives us a hint into what the implementation should be. It's funny because I jumped into chat and I'm like, how disconnected is this from what we've been talking about? Do signals get reinitialized if the for? No, so we have a memoized for. So the only callbacks that get run again is if the row literally gets like created the first time. Yeah, actually it only runs when it gets created. So each row doesn't ever rerun. Only any reactivity inside of it. So there's no reinitialization. That's the whole thing. Our for component, like our for component, if you update something deep in a list, like not even deep, like literally a list of objects, cart items, they have a total item count, like a total, like, so like you picture you have a list of all the things you're buying off Amazon, and you can have quantity. The way Solid works, if you have that like an array of cart items, all with a quantity, and you update the quantity, the list reconciliation doesn't even run. And because like if you use a store or some kind of like proxy reactivity, we can actually pinpoint the quantity change without like diffing the list. The only time that we actually run any of the callbacks, like that, like what you pass to the map function of the for, is when you add a new item to the list. A little bit kind of an aside, but just wanted to answer that while I could. Okay, so I guess this is kind of the plan here. I think it sounds reasonable. I don't know if anyone has any opinions about that or any thoughts. This is sort of where my thinking was at. I don't know if it is weird for me because like I read a lot of benchmarks. So like let me show you one. I think I'm okay with this though, but like let me grab the JS framework benchmark. And like I'm trying to remember what I do here, but my gut feeling is I use implicit untracks naturally for my benefit here. Yeah, look, yeah, check this out. No, this one's fine. This one's actually fine. I'm using this version doesn't use a proxy, so I'm just getting the row data here, and then just to save myself from accessing it in a bunch of different places. So this is actually fine because ID is not reactive. We have a reactive label inside each row. So that's not one, but let me see. Let me try another one. Solid store. Okay. Let's look at this one. Yeah. See, the same code, and you're just like, okay, who cares, right? He's just getting the row ID. But because this is a proxy on a store, accessing it outside here in an untracked context means that it's not reactive, which means that we don't make a signal. The way our stores work is we only actually make signals when you access the property under a tracking context. So, but it's interesting because, yeah, this is an interesting case, right? Because it's like, this one probably requires more thought. It's like, should just accessing it in general, I mean, we can do this. If it's an untracked context, should accessing a property on a store like immediately put up red flags and be like, hey, did you mean to do that? Because I'm doing this, in this case, it actually has a different meaning because now row ID is just a value. So I basically untracked it because I know that this row is never going to run again because it's keyed innately to like, that's why it runs. This is why Solid doesn't need keys because it runs once, which means like there's no need for a key because it doesn't re-render. So like it's the same thing. So from that sense, it's keyed to the ID. It doesn't need to be reactive. If I'd put row.id inside these bindings, like in here or whatever, the reactive system would have been like, oh, I'm listening. I care about row ID. So like I have snuck in an implicit untrack in here. Like I'm pretty sure. I wonder if ESLint actually would even detect this kind of scenario. Like it's funny from my perspective, like how it could even, because like we have a list that state it's getting passed through a for loop into here. It has no idea if row is reactive or like row ID is reactive. It can't make that determination. There's that level of this thing. This is another argument for why strict mode should exist rather than just trusting linting completely, because linting can only like flag the really obvious things when there's like a direct connection, and reactivity flows through the universe. So just kind of wanted to point this out because I think what we're suggesting is in this benchmark, I should go untrack row.id. I think. I mean, it's an interesting question. Nobody has any thoughts? Yeah, this is I'm crowdsourcing opinions. Maybe it's definitely interesting from my perspective. Okay, that's fine. I think stores we can leave as more of an advanced topic here for a moment, and kind of focus more on just the core mechanics of how we would approach this. Okay, just a sec. All right. So what are we going to do here today? I think I think I need to get back on the main branch of solid and pull solid all the way down. Okay. There we go. So we're up to date. Yeah, I guess we haven't talked about this, right? This is an important piece of the design, right? Yeah, we should talk about this. I was talking about like what we should warn about, but I mean even more primary than talking about, you know, that we should talk about, yeah, it's definitely has to be opt-in. But what should the opt-in design look like, right? A lot of things in Solid today that are opt-in are like, they have this like enable blank sort of API. Like we just call a function, and then I use this for tree shaking, right? I showed how I did that on the last stream, but like, actually, if we're lucky, was it roll up REPL? Yeah, it's right here. You can do a lot by simply the difference between importing a function, like a specific feature, and not like. I've shown this before, but like pretend you wrote your code that said use specific feature equals false, and then you have a function here that's like, you know, basically, you know, enable specific feature, sets it to true, okay? And then in your main code, you have a branch where like use this feature, do this, else just do this. And it doesn't even have to be an else. It could literally be just like, it could just be like, always do this, but if you have a specific feature, do something else. If you look at what rollup generates out on this side, what you're going to see is it, because I didn't import specific feature here, it literally just, the bundle is like, you called main feature, here's main feature. The second that I bring this in, the bundle like doubles in size because we brought in all the code. So strict mode can be handled at a tree shaking level. So people who don't use it, the code completely disappears. That is like my first thinking. But that's true like with many different API services. It doesn't have to be a function call. It could be a component. It could be that. And it's interesting because we probably should kind of think about that a bit, because like, does anyone know why React uses a component for strict mode? I think it definitely should be, sorry, to answer the question. The answer to the question is, I think it definitely should be opt-in. But the thing is, that doesn't, if we went down this path, the library maintainers would have no choice anyways, I think, unless there's like a no strict. Unless there's like a no strict. That is true, right? Strict mode is completely dev, so the dev flag will already tree shake it. So you're right, I don't have to worry about it because it'll always be guarded under dev. Good call. I assume strict mode is a component that it did a check on each render pass. Yeah. So I mean that might be why. I started wondering if like there should be like a no strict. Like is this the trick so people can opt in and out of a strict mode? Like this part of the tree strict mode, library maintainers like, man, I don't want to implement strict mode. So they just go no strict, and then you know, the challenge there is if you pass them any callbacks, then like your code would be, I don't think you can do that, right? Because if you pass anything into them and they're calling it, then suddenly your stuff becomes unstrict too. Yeah, so they wanted it so that they could like control the rendering. We don't actually care about rendering. Rendering is a side effect. What we care about is, well, we talked about it. It's all about making sure that people don't mess up reactive scopes. Yeah. This isn't going to work for us on that side. So I think it is definitely an enable thing. Whether it should be a component, I would be perfectly fine with just like, you know, we can't just use strict. so to speak, either. Like we can't just like put like a, I don't think we can just, I mean, it already has different meaning, but I don't think we're going to be like doing this either, because it's not a compiler file level thing. It's the same. That's the same problem with no strict or whatever, is because like this stuff transcends modules. It's like what we're talking about is a runtime reactive thing that runs through the whole system. So I don't think we get that leniency. Hey, thanks, Nate. Yeah, so I don't think that that's going to work for us exactly. So it does feel like it's an all-in opt-in or opt-out. Like it's everything or nothing. Which is, as I said, it's interesting because it means that the library maintainers basically have no choice, right? So that's an important consideration if we were to add this, because opt-in, all-in. I mean, I get the point. You're like, at that point, should it just be opt-out? But I think, oh man, this is a kind of, this is pain to put on people, isn't it? Like, if you think about it, like, because like, if people were relying on those little tricks like I showed you, you know, just like accessing values on the top level components, then like, you know, like implicit untracks, then like things get awkward. And it's not about adding configuration. It's not like opt in strict mode and then pass arguments to it or something. It's not that, because again, the library authors would be forced to the strictest strictness, so to speak, just because somebody out there is going to want that. Right, so yeah, I'm not actually too worried about the built-ins here. Like, the biggest consequence of this is that like Untracked gets called a few more places, and Untrack has a short path that actually the performance implications are almost nothing. So I'm not too worried about this. Yeah. So okay, let's keep on going here. I think that's a good question. Does that answer the question in terms of what we want to do here? I think maybe make our decision. I think that decision, whether it's opt-in or opt-out, is the kind of end of the chain. Once you look at the solution, kind of gather like whether, like how you feel about it. I feel like it's opt-in, but I understand that it's not an opt-in for everyone. Like I don't even know if there's something we can do. This is why we're here. We're hypothesizing, seeing what that could look like, and hopefully implement it as well. Okay, so any other thoughts? That was a great one from the chat. You know, in terms of what other things we should consider here. I honestly don't know enough about React strict mode. Do they have docs on it? Just out of curiosity, like nice. Okay. Okay, so see, enabling strict mode for part of the app. So there's a hierarchical consideration for them. Interesting. Okay. So that's basically the biggest argument for using the component. It's not for like weaving the tree, you know, so to speak. It's not for like doing the whole server component islands, like this is the strict path, this is the not strict path, you know, like it's not for that. It's more like we don't want the top level of the app to be strict. Yeah, for us this has no meaning though, because reactivity is life, you know. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay, I like this one. What about writing in effects? Have I missed that? Okay. It's an interesting question. This is an interesting question. The reason this is interesting is writing signals and effects restarts the loop. And this one's hard. In a lot of ways, you'll hear me and Milo talk about it a lot, where we're like, don't do it. Like, don't use effects to synchronize state. But there are use cases, like you're reading from the DOM, where you want to. So like the thing that's interesting about this is it's suggesting that if you want to write to an effect or a signal in effect, you should schedule it. So like call a set timeout or like queue it. I have a harder time with this because like the amount of inconvenience that causes, like the worst thing that happens in an effect if someone writes to it is that you do some extra work, maybe. But like there's a certain class of problems that you need to write to signals from effects, and by putting this in here, you're basically telling everyone that like, yeah, if I want to use an effect to write to a signal, I should wrap in a set timeout. I should be like, create effect. It's interesting though, right? Because I mean, I don't. I mean, we have a way to make this not track. Like, if I do this, it won't track. So like, this is why it's just 2. It happens so fast you don't see it goes 1, 2. But essentially, the effect ran once and just went +1 and it did an infinite loop. But if I access the count here, it would cause an infinite loop. The argument here is that to do this, you should always, if you tried to do that, it would error, and you should always do this, so that like you wouldn't cause like a double render. Like in our case, that double render was just updating the text twice on here. But technically what happened, I mean, I can show it in slow-mo, right? I'm not going to slow-mo it actually, but you know what I mean? Like I can show this. If we get inside this DOM binding and go console.log count, comma, here, you're going to see, why is it? The playground did it. You saw it. It said 1, 2 for a second. Like, technically this binding runs twice because it runs once at 1 and then the effect runs and updates and then runs again. Like, if you really want to derive state, you shouldn't be using effects. You should be using create memo. But oh man, this is a tricky one. I don't know if we can make this rule. That's my gut. But you're right. We should add this into consideration here. I like that. All right. Excluding on mount, but sometimes it's more than that. Have you ever used Solid to create a chat, like where if you don't type in it, the chat keeps on scrolling? You know, like the classic, like, you know, every new message comes in and the chat keeps on scrolling. The way you do that in Solid is you create a memo that reads like the current position on update, and you also have an effect that also subscribes to the list that runs after and then updates the position. And basically the back and forth between the memo and the effect, one running sooner versus the other one, is what lets you essentially get the delta to actually move the list appropriately. It's interesting though, with a fully lazy system, we'd actually have to find a new way to do that. So maybe this is a consideration in Solid 2.0 time period. Well, that's the thing. I want. I think the way to get rid of a certain amount of the synchronization is to have. It's not so much writable computeds, although I call them that. It's like to have resettable signals, like is the way I'd rather put it. I mean, it's actually relatively simple to make one, really. I mean, I could layer it out, the scenario. Like the scenario I'm talking about is, and everyone's hit this, is when you have like some kind of control and someone passes some props down and you want to have your own local copy of the props that you can edit. And then when you save, you tell the parent, hey, this is the new data. But at any point, the parent can change the source data and rewrite what the internal components props are. So you need the component to synchronize on props, but it also needs to have its own signal. And this is one of the most common places where people like end up using effects to synchronize, because like, I mean, do we want to look at that example? I mean, I can pull it out. I can make it right now pretty quickly. But what's some reactive libraries, like Knockout and Vue, they have like this writable computed, which, I mean, let me see if I can find it. Writable computed. Looks like I've searched it before. Where is it here? Writable computed Knockout. I mean, this is not the best API, but the idea is like, you can enjoy your ES5 glory. The read is like your normal computed memo function where you read the values, and then the write, you control like the setter so that you can, like, in this case, there's two signals under the hood. So the read is the first name and last name signal being combined, and then the write writes to both other signals. It takes a single value, but it actually splits the string and then puts them into each. And this pattern's not bad, but you can also just write this yourself in user space. Like, I don't need to, like, I feel the reason that Vue and Knockout have this is because their API has a single, like their signals are, like, in Knockout, it's a single function where you either pass an argument to set it or you call it without an argument to read it. And in Vue, there's dot value, and you can either assign it or you can read it. And I think this, like, desire from the API to put the stuff together is why they have this, so that now this, the full name works like first name, signal. Like, it basically has the same read write properties. Whereas if you have what's it called? Read write segregation, like, you could just do this yourself, right? Like, you could just be like, create memo, this part, and then you could just go set full name and do this part. Like, and now you got your tuple again, right? You don't need a writable computed to do something like this. It just works. So, like, we can just delete this whole concept. So gone. Now we don't need it. Simplification that comes from that. But where it's interesting is when the synchronization involves, as I said, like, this kind of temporary, like, it's a synchronization problem, not this is derived. Like, this is like, you have two things underneath. Where it gets interesting is like where you want to have your own thing and props, and then you want to, like, do smart stuff based on, like, when props change, reset your own thing. So it's a different use case than the writable computeds that you find in those other libraries. But I do want something like this so that we don't need to use effects. It just, the use case and reasoning is a little bit different. Right, but, like, what I'm getting at is you can just, like, we use that in our to-do MVC. You can just write that yourself. You don't need a primitive for it. Like it's just like do we have solid to do MVC? Solid to do MVC. Solid to do MVC. Source index. What is that? Create local store. Okay. Like we create a store, we initialize it with a value from local storage, we create an effect that synchronizes it. You know, like then we return our and this one's actually really easy. We return our state and our state setter, but like you could also pipe it through. Like basically the end output of read write, like you can just pipe your read and writes together and then output another read and write at the end. You don't need a construct to do this because the reads and writes are separate. I don't know if I'm making a ton of sense. I mean, but is there a difference? If I switch this from create local store to create store, it has the exact same API. Like this is just not a distinction, right? Yeah. I mean, what we actually want, we got the stream here. I can talk about it. It seems like this is a topic that some people care about. Is something. Let me see if I can just sketch something out here. I don't know what to call it. createWritable or something. What we could do is, I think this would be kind of fun. We could create a function, and then we want to return ultimately getter setter pair. But what if we went create, we go on const m equals create memo, and then our memo, how do we do this? I'm trying to think in my head how I would do this. Let me think here. I probably like have the code somewhere if I look for it. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick search here on our Discord. Just don't mind me a second here, because it saves my time of actually, it's not actually that difficult to create. I'm just blanking on a second. 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I found it. I wonder if this one has bugs in it. Let me see here. Yeah, check this one out. Yeah. So the idea here is you create a memo that creates a signal based off the initial value of that getter function, but because this is being tracked inside the memo, it returns a signal, and then you on reading, you read the memo, get the accessor of the signal, and read the signal, and on write you read again. Maybe this should be untracked here on the right side. Maybe probably it should be more like untrack x, but get the setter and then set the signal. And this is kind of like a silly little primitive, but what this does is it's a resettable. Let's use it here to see what it looks like. We can go const let's call it, what do we call it? My count, set my count equals create writable, and we're gonna it's just gonna listen to count. Okay. Create memo here. Sorry, like we're getting so sidetracked. I haven't even started writing strict mode and we're at like over 2 hours in. Right, but what I wanted to show here is that we can set something up here so that, let's do this. Let's go my count. Actually, let's add another button. That's actually what we should do. Do this again. This is why these streams are great, right? Because you start on one topic and you end up somewhere a little bit tangented, but okay. And then we can make this one my count and increment, whatever. I'm just too lazy. I'm just going to write the function in line here. Set my count. Okay, there we go. So C plus 1. Okay. So hopefully if this works, the second one updates. So my count works, but this one controls both of them. This one can do its own version. It could save back if you choose to, but whenever this one changes, the other one changes. So this pattern I find much more common and actual concern, because before you did this, before you had a primitive like this, like the correct answer in reactivity is almost always derive it. But end user writing this code might be like, they might not get here. What the end user might do to implement this, instead of using our nice my count here, what they might do is be like, oh, okay, well, alternate implementation. Const my count set my count equals create signal, and then the read from count, which this will first of all complain at you because again you're reading an untracked value, like you're reading it in an untracked context, and then they'll write create effect set my count to count, right? Again, you could probably ignore this initial one. Well, you can't even completely ignore this initial one. So now this should have the same visible behavior like we just saw here, right? But the difference is that I mean, you're not going to notice this one as much from my console log trick, but you've detached the, how should I put it? You've detached the, like when you have an effect write to account, you're kind of like starting over again. So you've detached the derived data. If something depended on my count, it might have already ran by the time this effect runs, and then the effect runs and changes it, and then it needs to run again. Whereas with this version, with the createWritable version here, because we're deriving it off memos, any downstream dependencies would know of the potential of it changing, and we can make sure that everything executes exactly once. Sorry, we went down kind of a rabbit hole here that's probably pretty technical. But I mean, you find these same kind of patterns in React and stuff. Like you generally don't want to synchronize state with create effect. Generally not. So there was actually a conversation on Twitter that made me think of this. funny enough. I don't know if I bookmarked this one. But there was a discussion where people are like, can I like, is this okay? Can I use ref in React to, calculate some kind of, they're using the memo for the derived value, but they wanted to keep track of the last value so that they could like always get the highest value. And it involved like use ref, use memo, use effect with the ref. Like this is the kind of React code that you never want to write, right? This is like the kind of thing when you start going, okay, hooks are weird, right? Like, once you start using refs for not DOM values, like you start needing to be like, okay, what's actually happening here? And to be fair, I'm not gonna. If you go back to my playground here, you might be asking what's happening here as well. That you probably want to run in yourself. We're probably going to ship this primitive in the future, but like these are the kind of scenarios. And what Dan was saying, it's funny because like this was always the complaint about like reactivity and stuff too. Like you read some of old Pete Hunt talks when he was talking about like where's the source of truth, Andrew Clark was like, I think all use cases can be replaced by additional argument to use state that acts like get derived state from props. So he was saying like it'd be really cool if you could kind of like basically do some kind of derivation based off the state as a way of like being part of that state update call flow. And when I saw this, I was like ha ha ha, this is kind of this, right? I mean, API aside, the cool thing about this one is if you do this and you have this primitive, you're not even thinking about it. You're just like, oh, okay, cool. This is like a memo, something that updates whenever count changes that I can like temporarily override. As I said, this pattern is very common for controlled stuff. Like you see this, people do this kind of stuff in Svelte when they do like export let and then write to the props coming in. Anyway. All right. These rabbit holes are what I signed up for. I'm glad people are getting value of it. So this stream doesn't have the like if you're here, you're probably pretty dedicated, right? You could be watching Theo doing whatever he's doing. He's got 824 people watching him right now, so I'm sure it's very interesting whatever he's doing. But you're here, so I appreciate it. Okay, so let's continue on. Okay, so this is a tangent which takes us back to, that was about effects rights and about how generally speaking we'd much rather derive stuff than do effects rights. So this is a valid concern, but I think it's on us. It's like on Solid's responsibility to provide the primitives that let you avoid having to do effects rights. And if we do a good job there, then like the few cases where you need it might not be worth warning about. That's my hunch, at least, right? Okay, so what do we have to do to pull this off, right? Let's close up some of this stuff. Actually, I closed exactly what I didn't want to close. I was actually in the process of actually understanding what strict mode does in React, wasn't I? Sure. Okay, sure. We said that this probably doesn't apply to us anyways, but I'm still interesting. Is strict mode literally just rerun everything twice? If that case, then like it doesn't make any sense for us because we don't run everything twice. Like you can do this in Solid and like it actually be perfectly fine. I'm not saying like you should, but it's kind of interesting that this would actually have no negative side effect. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm reading here. This must be really annoying to people who have like services that have to involve a bunch of subscriptions. Because if I'm reading this right, like if you like you pick up like something that has like some like WebSocket connection, like you connect and disconnect to the service like multiple times whenever something renders in or something. This must like just like send people through the roof. That's really amusing. I mean, it's fine. I get it theoretically, but in practice, this must be like such a like so annoying. Yeah, this is such a, like a ivory tower solution, right? You're kind of like everything could be run twice, so we're gonna run it twice. Okay, but that means that there's really no influence to pull from here, which is good. Sometimes we do that and we look at React and we're like, no, we're not interested. So that's good. It just doesn't apply to us. Okay, sweet. Okay, so solid.new. I think I did that right. Sign in with GitHub. All right, beautiful. Sweet. One of our classic solid templates. You know, it's kind of funny now. I mean, anyone who's seen this before, yeah, I mean, it's only in dev. The whole thing is only for dev, to be fair. It's just, I'm saying in dev, it's probably actually really annoying. For not everything, but certain types of things. The comment or funny joke or thing I'm thinking about here is, does it, you all recognize this, right? Like what this page is, what it's doing, what the code is here. It would be funny if this existed in Solid's templates, you know, much longer. This is create React app, right? When you start create React app, it's like this exact example. Yeah, so it's just amusing to me because create React app, I guess it's not deprecated, but got removed from the docs and stuff. It's basically done, perhaps, and it's amusing to me that I haven't looked at this template for a while because I've been using SolidStart, but for this one specifically, I don't really care to. Yeah, I don't really care. Honestly, I don't even need any of this. We can gut this all out. I just wanted to get an environment where I could like patch stuff. I don't know if people know this. I love StackBlitz for this reason, right? Well, I guess the first thing I should do is I should change something and save it because I can't remember if StackBlitz like will fork it after or has already forked it. Because, yeah, see, now it's forking it. And now everything gets giant because everything's set up for me for streaming. So, you know, yeah, okay. Now, what's nice about this, and what my favorite thing in the world about StackBlitz is you can go open.nodemodules. Where are we going? SolidJS dist dev.js. Yeah, let's do it. Bang. Save it just so it stays up there. Open. And we also want web dist dev.js. Save it. Good. And this is a beat template. Beautiful. Yeah, that's all we need. And then we're set. So I love doing this because we can literally just edit everything inside the node modules, and copy paste stuff in, and we can actually change the underlying framework if we want to, for our purposes. I don't know if we actually need this yet, but let's start with solids proper. This is the framework, right? So the very first thing we want to do, probably naively as we work through it, I haven't actually done this before, so I'm just kind of brainstorming it. Let's set up our index is fine. Let's set up our app with something so that we can play with this, which is probably just almost our counter again. I almost want to pull it across, because what I want, and I guess I should, what do we use? PMPM? Okay, PMPM dev. I want to have a signal or something, create signal, and then I'm probably wasting my time because we'll do different stuff in a minute, but I just wanted to have something so that we can actually see what's up. Okay, so we got our working counter. Okay, back to the basics here. So the first thing we probably want to try and mess with is, let's make this angry at us. Okay, so how do we want to do that? In Solid, we have, ignore our scheduler, we have a call called read signal, right? And if you look at it, create signal uses it, create memo uses it, and essentially it has a bunch of transition stuff that you don't care about, but it comes down to this point where it actually does the work. And if listener, it adds stuff. So I guess the question is, what is it doing here? Right, this is where it does the pull up the tree. We could do something really silly here, like if listener, else, let's just okay, let's just start here, okay? And if anyone's used Vite before, the secret to Vite is, this is not going to update because it's in the node modules, but what you can do is rmrf dot node modules / dot Vite and get a clean slate. So there we go. And now, if we did everything right, hopefully, sorry, when we refresh our page, oh, do I have the service worker turned off? Always got to watch for that. Application. Yep, bypass on this network, always. We see you're wrong. Console logged 4 times. Interesting. Why is it console logged 4 times? So that is interesting. I'm kind of curious. I thought it might be logged more than once, but now I'm curious how it gets logged 4 times. It's like we're having a React moment here. Strict mode's already working. Okay, let's see what's up. Let's look at the stack trace each time it logs. Okay, first time, call stack. Aha. Solid internals. In dev, oh, see, yeah, this is the fun part. In dev mode, we proxy the component itself, for like hot module reloading and stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I should turn. Let's see if turning hot off kind of alleviates this right now. I don't really care about HMR for this. We're just. But this is a good example of what people were saying about the internals being infected by this. What is it? I forget. Is it hot false? All right. Console, are you there? There, it's right there. This do anything, or is it just still going to happen just as many times? No, I think it happens once now. Perfect. You're wrong. Okay. So good so far. All right. So, okay. So that's a start. But let's see here. We need to do a little bit more than this. Let me get back to our app TSX. Yeah, actually I want to go to dev for a second here because we're gonna be a little bit more aggro with this now. Where did I put it? Read signal. We're gonna make it like this now. Okay, let's. No. You're wrong. Here we are. All right, cool. Interesting part about this is you kind of also want better errors than this. I'm not saying that you're wrong part, but it is interesting that like you almost, I guess in dev mode, I wonder if we have names on the signals, but like it's not very descriptive other than, yeah, this is interesting. Something to think about. Like at least when you go here, it will tell you where it is. Like the call stack has the ability to tell you that this is where the error is. Right? But yeah, so this is something also to add to our notes. Probably here. Consider how to tell where what the error is. Yeah. So, yeah, this is something we need to do. Let's look here. Let's just sanity check a few scenarios to make sure that this is a good starting place. Console, clear it, reload it. You're wrong. Again, points us to the right spot. Okay, so this basic mechanism is fine for this. The challenging part is we need more than this, right? We need the ability to opt out of it, right? Because now what I want to do, because if I'm right, if I do const c equals untrack count, we're going to get the warning as well, and we don't want that, right? Untrack. All right, let's do this. Console, clear. You're wrong, yeah, right off the bat, but I'm not wrong, right? So a couple options how to implement that. Let's do something simple to begin with and then worry about the rest later, which is let's go back to the top. You know what? I'm actually going to do this in here because and I'm going to PM. The one risky thing about what we're doing right now is if I ever refresh the whole window, we'll lose all our work, right? So I'd rather have the work at least locally. So let me see here. Let's go back in here. This will slow down our process a little bit, but solid source, reactive signal, and we're gonna go what, read signal, and then else console.warn. Okay. So what I'm thinking what we need here is, like the way we have some of these globals here, I want like let I'm just going to be like not tracked or something, and we're going to start that at null. And it, how do I want to, just trying to think of how I want to actually handle this, because this is really just a Boolean. So the null is actually kind of pointless. Just trying to think of like how I want to even approach this, but let's start here. Hopefully this is good. It's Boolean. Okay. And then I'm not going to worry about dev mode at the moment. We're just going to assume that this is like all modes. Else if not tracked, do this. Okay. So the reason I'm doing this is I want to have some kind of flag that lets me, it's actually else if not if not tracked. It's a way that we can explicitly opt out of the tracking here, so that like when we do like untrack, we can do something here. See, because what I'm thinking, see, they're saying if listener is null, that means it's already an untracked focus. We have to be aware of this scenario, so this has to come above here. So if, I guess the most basic thing we could do is be like, we could just be like not tracked. No, we have to be aware of nesting. This is interesting. So it's like, I'm just pre-tracked equals, because we have to be aware if we are the ones responsible. So if this was already on a not tracked, like, so we have to be like, if not previously tracked, then we're the ones responsible to set not tracked to false again, right? Okay. Anyone following along still? Am I just doing silliness here? Like, because I actually have no clue what I want to do here yet, but this is just like, just seeing what it looks like. This is usually how I learn. I try something really kind of silly, and then I go, oh, okay, that makes sense. See, we have a problem here too. See, this listener early return is a nice optimization, but it doesn't hit the finally thing here. So if you we're in this zone, it's not going to clean up properly. So for our sake right now, we're just going to get rid of that because it's just, if we need to, bring back early return, but the problem is now we're in this we need to try finally this block now, because we can't leave ourselves hanging potentially. I mean, we could do something smart where we're like, if it's like based on if it's pretty, like there is a combination of scenarios where we could know that we could early return, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's keep on going. Okay, so then tracked and not tracked, not tracked, and then do this. Okay, so the other thing we kind of need to do, which is unfortunate, is we need to probably tell the untrack function whether it should even do any of this, right? I don't know what to call this. Prevent tracking equals false. And then if we're preventing, it's only if we're, interesting. It's only if we're not preventing tracking that we care to do any of this. I don't actually care about optimization right now, so I'm just going to say, if not, there's probably a better way to do this, but I'm just going to not worry about that for a second. Okay, that's roughly what I'm thinking. And then is create component in here? No, it is not. Okay, where's create component? Render component. Untrack. It's funny, I think dev component's actually all we actually need here, but let's go to dev component, which is back in our other file here, right? Dev component. This untrack needs to say that it's true. We want this one to error. Okay, people still with me, hopefully? So we've created a special version of untrack that if you pass a second argument of true to, it will error on you if you access stuff under it. And then if you don't do anything, it will error on you. And it's only in that one special case where you call untrack without the second argument that it doesn't error on you, right? So this isn't worrying about event handlers or anything yet, but let's just go with this. So PMP build and see how off we are. Give it a second while it builds types and TypeScript. People were talking about this earlier, weren't they? No, TypeScript's not that bad, but okay. Turbo repo is fast. If I press build again, it will know not to build it again, but that's kind of beside the point. Okay, so now we got solid.dist, dev.js, and then if we go to our, where are we going? We're going back to our browser. We should be able to just replace this one with this one. Reset our Vite, and if everything went right, we shouldn't see you're wrong, we should see our new message, which we're not seeing. Okay, let's see where I failed here. So I guess the first question is did we, let's find our read signal again. Make sure that we are doing stuff here. Else if not tracked. So it starts as false, which means that this should be fine. Okay. Debug time. I'm trying to remember what the... Usually you can find... Is it iframe, then the name? No, it's not that one. Fine, we'll do it the other way. Just so I can find it. Usually it's really easy to find where your code is. Show, reveal in sidebar. There's our app. All right, beautiful. And then what's lovely here is you can actually see if you want the node modules and then like, actually where we're at right now, I'm not into .vite deps, you'll actually see the chunked up version of the library. Like, so we can actually find, here we are. Let's get to this listener block and see what happens. So listener null, not tracked. So not tracked is true right here. So this is our first problem. This is why we're not seeing the thing. Then listener exists and we're fine. Okay. So we actually let's go into untrack and see what we're doing wrong here. Untrack. This is the fun part about this because untrack gets called in so many places that this solution might not even work unless, yeah, we have, think about it a little bit. Yeah, so what's the scenario here? So the first time we get in here, where are we in the code? Dev component. Good. Prevent tracking is true. We didn't set an untracked. That's good. Where's the next place we get in here? Debugger. Okay. Now we get in here. Oh, right. It shouldn't error. It's working because we called untrack ourselves on it. Remember? And then we're good. Okay, sweet. I've actually forgot we had done that, right? So let's actually try and make it error again. Let's do this. Untrack. Look at our console. Hopefully this, okay, so clear it, refresh it. Reading in a non-tracking scope. Okay. So that's working. Okay, that's good. Untracking it caused it not to complain. What's another example? What do we want to do? Set timeout. Let's just do this one. Also complains. Okay, so this is a good start. So yeah, okay, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't exist. We're just hypothesizing based on like the idea here of a strict mode would be something that could tell us a couple things. Maybe take some existing messages, like when we complain about people creating stuff outside of roots, put that in there. But mostly it's about trying to tell people when they access stuff accidentally outside of tracking scopes. So like I had an example earlier where someone makes a create effect and they decide to console log it do this. The count is whatever. They decide the console log it in a timeout for some reason inside the create effect. And our linter can't actually detect that this is a problem. And the problem is this. It's that we click this updates a bunch, but if we go into our console here, what we're going to see is, sorry, I got to turn off the debugger. As we click it, it never updates the log again. And this is because this count is being read in an async time that isn't being tracked, our reactivity's runtime. So what you see here is there's actually, there could be a error or warning that's like, you're reading in a non-tracking scope, this will never update. And then you can look and it'll be like, it'll show you where you're reading it, essentially. That's the idea behind it. So that works. Roughly speaking, like if the same fix should work too, right? Where if I pull C here and go const C equals count, then, so yeah, we're kind of making it on the fly, essentially, is what we're trying to do here, is to kind of see, because now there should be no error. Sorry, did it again. Console. This is fine, so we refresh, no error, count to 0, and now this one works. Okay, so let's stress test this a little bit more. Okay, I guess the obvious one that I want to do right now is we haven't handled all the cases yet, right? Because we have another scenario. What if someone goes count +1? So this is all fine. Right, we know timeouts, accessing in the component body will give us our error message. But what if someone puts it in a click handler? Let's look. My guess is what we've done right now is this is going to, this is going to error every single time we click it. Yeah, okay. So we're not done yet. Okay, so we need to look at, how do we want to do this? Yeah, this one's going to take a little bit more modification. Because, well, we can look at it right now. What does Solid do when you create a click handler in here, right? We've been playing around with this all day. What is it? On click. It adds this $$ click property and puts the handler on it. So there's also a version that does like an add event listener, but we're not going to worry about that in the moment. So yeah, $$ click. So what we actually have to do is get into the core runtime to do something here. So let's go to, yeah, how are we going to do this? Okay, I got it. So in web, Solid has like a built, we use something called DOM expressions under the hood. And what DOM expressions is it's like a generic reactive renderer. And it expects an API from the core to be able to like generate a renderer. I have a stream about this where I use Preact for that core. Untrack is one of the functions that we pass to it. So it has untrack. It's funny, we don't actually need signals, we just need these in order to render. With these, if you have these concepts or can map to these concepts in your reactive frameworks, you can get a render that uses JSX just like Solid does. But what I need to do, actually, this is even more fun node module patching. We're going to go into DOM expressions, which is the underlying library. We're going to client.js, and we're going to look at how we do event delegation. Event handler. So we add this event handler to the events, and we use a symbol for it, and it keeps track of all the global delegated events. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a fair question, right? Why don't you just add a dependency array? And Solid supports adding, like, on for dependency array. The challenge is this explicitness is nice in some places, but Solid's actual renderer is actually create effects everywhere. Like the way we actually, like, if you ever seen how like Solid works, we don't re-render anything. We literally just pinpoint update the stuff. So technically, each of these curly braces, this is a create effect, this is a create effect. So the end user would are people prepared to like, I don't even know, like, make binding count? Like, it's kind of impractical to add dependency arrays. Here we could like look at the code and use a compiler to do it, but what if the dependency isn't visible? Like, what if you're calling a function that has a dependency downstream? Essentially, there was a time when I was like very much on effects should be explicit, but then I realized that literally all templating is effects, and at that point, at that point, like, you know what I mean? Like, it would be forbiddingly clunky to try and do dependency arrays for like every single binding. And so what I kind of like, pure stuff was pure stuff is fine in a sense, so you don't need dependency arrays. So you could kind of like argue that, like, these are all each their own memo, and then you don't need it. But like, in general, like, that pure stuff still has this problem of like people accessing stuff, inside and outside. Like, I guess what I'm saying is it's like, it's only like part of it. Like, the whole model is based off effects running, so there's always the potential of someone calling something outside of the effect, which is why we're here. It's less about the having like the explicit dependencies. Like, there's other side effects of that too, because you, like, how should I put it, like, then everything has to be like a signal. Like, count can literally just be a function that has signal reads under it. Like, we need a way of identifying the thing. I mean, I guess you could use memoization and look at the value and always execute it, but then you're not tracking. Like, I guess you'd have to you'd have to always pass functions. So like, if you had props, your dependency arrays would have to be like function closure prop.value. So then, like, you couldn't really use this form of props. Like, there's cascading impacts all the way down to enable this for something that actually, I think the total sum of the parts is like considerably bulkier, is the way to put it. At that point, I'd be like, why aren't you using React? It's much nicer. The biggest argument for this is, like, I don't use on dependency array stuff myself. I just use Untrack, like, and say, like, don't track this. But usually the place where you want this is like, there actually isn't that many good use cases where you want the explicit dependencies. I find it sometimes useful if you have like nested stuff you want to introspect, but you don't want to track every single property of it. Like, that you just want to track the main thing and not every nested thing, but you want to like look through it. So it's like sometimes easier to just say like on list and then like go through it. But the problem with that is then this is usually not true. You usually do actually care about what's in the list, so to speak. So like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of on, but you need on or Untracked. You need like one or the other. And in the terms of like Vue, for example, doesn't have Untracked. They only have on. Like, I prefer Untracked because if you're nesting scopes, like those nested effects I showed earlier, then like, situations where you give the callback back to the end user to do their thing, like our for component, Untrack is I don't know. It just feels like the more general thing. Like you can always track more things outside of the context, but like on, yeah, it's hard to say. You can say on's explicit too, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just like a bulkier API for it. Yeah, I like that on untracked doubles as a peak. Like you can just go like untracked count, and because it takes a function, you can just like directly pass the signal to it. Yeah. Anyways, where were we here? We were looking at our event listener, patching the node modules, and I've mentioned that, yeah, this is a good use of a symbol. This is actually a very good use of a symbol. We can find our event handler, and it goes up the path. We do a bunch of some patching, simulate current target. I talked about this on the previous stream. Some stuff to cancel streaming if you're in a streaming and you're doing updates. And then somewhere down here, we call the handler if it's bound or not bound. So what we can do here is we can just say, we don't really care about any of this. Let's just go like untrack this. And since this is like a friendly untrack, we don't even have to pass the second argument. Sorry. Am I pressing the wrong shortcut? Yeah. We should be able to just go like untrack this. And then now all the event handlers are untracked in our safe way, right? So if we rebuild, yeah, turbo doesn't remember. Okay, -s force. This should be our like it's okay untrack. It's okay. It's okay. This is why we're doing this live. I want people, if talking through it, thinking through it, kind of understanding this is important. Don't worry. Like if you disagree with me, like we can discuss this and we can talk about it a little bit. It was one of those things that I realized as I was working on this stuff that like, I respect a lot of the decisions made in React in terms of the strictness and in terms of like clarity. So like, there was a point in time that I was like, I want the dependency rates. And this is before I ever saw hooks. I'm just going to let you know. Like years before I saw hooks, I was like, I had in my head, I'm like, pure stuff, like create memo, like pure computeds, don't need dependencies. But like in my old company, we use Knockout. And Knockout has like a not pure computed, which is just basically effects. I made a new primitive over it called sync. And Archaeo sync, or it's kind of like auto run or effect kind of thing, required dependencies. And I made my whole team, if they wanted to put effect somewhere, they needed to put the dependencies in. So like, I definitely relate with that. When I started building the framework and, building the templating, I was like, this is a lose, like I've already lost this battle. We need this, like, we need it everywhere, and you're not going to put the dependencies there. And I realized that the real key to it, people get really worried on the read side. They're always worried about like accidental reads causing like weird loops and stuff. That doesn't actually happen as much as the problem of people accidentally setting stuff, like not realizing that the implications of them, like assigning a variable or calling a function with a parameter or something, is going to cause some kind of downstream butterfly effect to kind of trickle through the whole app. It's not about that the dependencies are real. Like there is a graph there. Like this thing depends on this thing. It's very rare that you actually want to track or break apart those dependencies unless you're like resetting scope like we're kind of doing here. For the most part, like those dependencies exist in reality. If you deny them, you'll pay for it later, right? Things will get out of sync. But you need to know when you go and update something that it's going to trigger a change, that stuff's going to happen. And that was the biggest motivation for like read-write segregation, being very explicit about how you could pass stuff down, like no two-way binding, like why, like it's not a single signal, it's like a get and a set. It's all, I realized that was actually much more important than worrying about like explicit dependencies. And we'll see how React Forget goes, but I think they agree. Okay, so we've built it now. So now this one is DOM expression. So now we need our other file, which is web dis dev. Okay. All right. So it's this one, web dis dev. Doop, doop, doop. Now, blow out our Vite. What did I do wrong? I don't even know what that error is. Try one more time. Okay, no, there's a definite error here. Oh, interesting. Why is it? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. I'm glad we did this locally. We need to blow out our node modules one more time. Our problem is our package lock from here is like locked at some old version of Solid. Probably, I say old version, but like this should be 7.0, and yeah, the types and stuff are wrong, and I don't feel like copying the whole folder across. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna reinstall Solid one thing, and I think we're on 2.6 here as well. I mean, this hat will handle it. You know what the problem is? It's not actually the versioning in here. It's that it's the package lock. Like the ranges are permissive enough. It's that this package lock is out of date. There's an npm package lock too. We just got them all. Sure, whatever. Okay, let's just pmpmi. Okay, so now we replace Solid, but this means that our files are, actually, let's just nuke it. Okay. Now our files are out of date, so we need to go back and copy it. It's funny, like it shows that it's there, but I don't believe it, if that's the best way to put it. Like if I save this, I mean, okay, let's see if this actually pm dev. Okay. Let's see if this actually does what we want. It's funny because our current code shouldn't error, right? Our current code, we just did a fix, but we can see it here. Okay, warning's still here, so it apparently is up to date. Okay, but our current code shouldn't error anymore now. So we're clicking this a bunch of times, and it's still updating. Okay, so did my other fix not get in here? Okay. Let's just try this one more time. This is the funnest part about streaming is because you keep the text so big so people can read it. I don't know if anyone can actually read it anyways, because it's like, I'm working in like the smallest little windows. Let's see if I can try this again. So we want dev from web, and let's just look at event handler. It's a sanity check that it got the wrapper we wanted. Untrack, beautiful. Okay, it does. Okay, and then put this in here. Someone mentioned blowing out Vite as part of a script. You're right. I would be probably way more efficient if I actually bent into tooling as much, but I like doing it all manual to make sure that I don't make any mistakes. Of course, I can still make mistakes. Okay, good. Not erroring. Okay, let's do some sanity checking here. Okay, let's get back to our app. Of course, TypeScript. Yeah, I love this. It's fine. It's decided that TypeScript's not finding stuff right now. This is always fun. we're not going to worry about, maybe we can open it and close it again. No. Okay, that's fine. We're not focusing on that part. We're focusing on, okay, so this works. Event handler reads work fine. If I go to the top of my component and put count here, refresh, do we get it? I am not seeing it. Show reveal in sidebar. I'm not trusting our builds are all in the right place right now. I think there's like a delayed effect. Sometimes this kind of stuff happens. What was the place? It was read signal that we did, like the main thing. Read signal. Yeah, this doesn't have it. Okay. All right, that's fine. It's because when we reset, it somehow magically kept it for one build and not the other one. Or like not the, it's fine. Dev, copy. All right, and then dev. Bing, bam. Clean, go. The funniest thing is I could literally just like write that script with an and sign because we run it every time. I'm like incredibly. All right, let's go console. Clear, refresh. Reading in non-tracked scope. Okay, cool. Okay, so only happens once top level there. Doesn't happen in my event handler. And stop advertising to me. And it's funny, early on, I got a lot of complaints of people that I didn't make my code window like big enough. And then I did a bunch of conference talks, and I'm like glued this way now because even when I do conference talks, everything's gonna be big like this too. You get used to it. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Okay, so let's see how we're doing here. Okay, so this errors appropriately. This does not. So we're pretty good. And the timeout should still error. Let's do something like a little bit more substantial. Let's extract our app component into a counter component or something. Actually, I kind of almost want to make the error more violent. So like we don't have to go searching for it every time, right? What is this one? Read signal? No, I'm in the wrong dev. So read signal. Let's just go all in at this point. We think we've implemented it, so screw console warn. Let's just go throw new error. Okay, we're all in. We think we've implemented this. Let's play around and see if it's broken or not. So if I do this and I refresh, interesting. Yeah, I can tell it's not working because I don't see anything. I was kind of hoping that like there would be some visual indicator here that stuff wasn't working. I mean, obviously I can drop an error boundary in or whatever, but I mean, I guess let's do that, right? Why not? Index. Error boundary. Error boundary is not going to catch everything. Like it's not going to catch like an async thing. So even if, no, what are you doing? Even if I put this in here, And I went, what, fall, art, it's so funny, like they lost track of all our types right now. Error, I don't know, let's just like H1, the error. Error to string, I want to say. It's just not the actual string. Okay. Okay. Now we have feedback. So presumably, as we write our, oh, I turned off HMR, so it's not going to matter that much anyways. Presumably, as we write our app and save it, although it's still kind of HMRing, whatever. If I go now and I do something stupid, it's gonna error on us. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, cool. So this works. Set timeout. Count is going to not get caught in the error boundary, obviously. That's the unfortunate part about this, right? But if I open the console, what are you doing? We should uncaught reading in non-tracking scope. Like it's happening. Okay, so we're not going to worry about the async case. We're just going to assume that's fine and move on. The errors will happen for you. So then let's start building something. Let's go in here. Source, new folder. I mean, I could just, how lazy are we? I mean, this is why we don't have single file components, right? We can just do like this and not care. Counter, component. It's so funny because it's not even a counter. I don't really care what it is, because what I want to try next is that's fine. We'll call it counter. Is move this into here, but keep this out here. So we want what, counter. We want the counter. It's not even a counter. It's like a special button for all our focus here. But we want props.children. It's funny. Children. Love. It's not props.children yet, though. Sorry, I'm like getting ahead of myself. We want to pass count into here, and then we want like, we'll just make it increment, and we're just gonna put in a handler like set count +1. So the parent's responsible for passing it down, and then our child component here is just going to have a button which calls props.increment and props.children, and we're going to put props in here, and we want to, I can't remember, we have like a children friendly version of this. It's like component with children or something. You can tell how much TypeScript I do. Doesn't matter. We're just gonna do increment is a function void, and children is a JSX element. Importing JSX from Solid, and yeah, they're just like not having our types today. It's funny. I put the effort of putting the types in, and it's like just like not having it. Cannot find modules, SolidJS runtime thing. It's funny. It's like if I go in there and open the file, will you find it? Because it's definitely in there. Man, that's annoying. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so our counter still works. Okay. And what I want to do though is I want to do something. what happens if I do this? And now I go and I go props and I go increment children. Error reading in non-tracking scope. Yes. Okay. So this will capture our destructuring as well. Let's actually look at the error message more specifically. Really? It's funny, there's like so many of these like logs that, where's the red one? No. Oh, it's not showing up because we're catching it. Oh, that's lovely. Can I get like a trace on this? Let's look at our. This is so funny. Yeah. What's error dot cause? What will this do? Does this do anything here? No. Dot stack. Yeah, it's funny. It's like now I want to get rid of the error boundary. It's fine. I was like trying to like make our lives more pleasant and easier here so that we could see the errors as we went. But instead, I just suppressed us getting the errors in the console. Yeah. Yeah, so now error at read signal, children is children. So it actually knows that the problem is, where is it? Sorry, console. It knows that it's not actually the increment that's a problem. It's the fact that you're trying to read children. It's the fact that you're trying to read children here. If we actually went to kind of, again, I don't know why we design our counter this way, but if we went back to our counter app here, and instead of passing a signal, like instead of wrapping a signal here, we just were like count, like if we just did that, this won't error because it's not accessing a signal. Like technically speaking, this destructuring is fine because it's just bringing in increment and a string, right? It's the problem is if it's a reactive value, then we need to do it. And this is kind of what I was talking about, the tension on the library maintainers now, because like, if they want to access something that could be reactive, like if you're like, my component does not care about children, we're never going to update children. I know this because I designed it. That is the design. You can obviously just still do this and you know whatever. But if you're like, no, I actually don't want to update children, to get around this error now, you'd have to be like const untrack. Sorry, let's go see. Children's usually not a good example because, but you'd have to do this, and if you do this, if I am right and we did everything right. Sorry, it's not children, it's C. If we did this, okay, what are we getting here? Untrack, C, props.increment. What's our error here? Props is not defined, sorry. I'm missing the S. This is the problem when TypeScript is broken in the environment. Prop is not defined because I missed doing it here. See, now this does what we want. It never updates the initial count because we're untracking it. And it also does not error. So technically speaking, this is the onus on people, because even though components don't track, we all know that, you have to explicitly say, you have to explicitly say, don't track this if you don't want it to be tracked. So, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting implication, right? Okay. Try adding create effect to the count component. Okay. Sure. All right. And what are we create effecting on? Are we gonna do it on props.children? So I'm gathering we're gonna do create effect console.log. The count is props.children, right? Good. And we aren't getting any errors. Let's double check that in the console. Count is good. It's working. No errors. Yeah, so I mean, this basically works, right? I don't know how interesting that is. I don't know if this is a direction. Like, it's an interesting direction, right? Because the implications here are such that to obey the strict mode, essentially, one would have to call untrack in any component body or timeout explicitly if they wanted to like read something in those contexts. Event handlers are fine. Other reactive things are fine. It's just like it's kind of funny. It's like it's a good nudge, because it's the kind of places where you're, like, if someone does something like that, you're kind of like, is it what you were expecting to happen? Make an error. What? Pass an object instead of a function to create effect. Ooh. I mean, is this just something else? I mean, what's this? I don't quite understand what the suggestion is, because it's just going to tell you that create effect doesn't want an object. I'm not quite following what the suggestion is there. Oh, back when I was testing error boundaries. Okay. Sorry. Out of context of what I was... Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It definitely solves the problem people are like going like, why can't I just go const double count equals props.children times 2, right? If you try and do this, you will get an error that tells you that, let's refresh. Again, whatever we choose the error message to be, to say, hey, you're you know, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the question is whether it should error or not, right? Because if you write that in Svelte, you can. It just means that it's an assignment that happens at one moment in time, the exact same way it happens in Solid. But because of the syntax similarities to React, people kind of get really, like, this bugs them a lot more, right? Like, the cool thing here is we could write whatever error or message we want. We could send them to docs or whatever. Because, like, yeah, it's like, did you mean to wrap it in a function? Or, you know, now it works. I don't know. It's interesting. As I said, the linter handles a lot of these cases. It's just that it can't handle every case. So it's interesting if you is this too reactionary to like basically be like, no, if you want to access something untracked in kind of known places that are untracked, you have to untrack it. Is the error true? Yeah, exactly. That's what we got to do, right? Yeah. I think that's the solution, right? Remember, I mean, it's interesting how much consideration this has kind of coming into this now. There's this like perspective that like from a learning perspective, this is a lot cleaner. Like you just like understand the system a lot better. So that's like the incentive to do that. It's just, I have to recognize that if we were to add a strict mode, we basically ought to be opting in every library into being a strict mode, because as soon as one person used strict mode and the library didn't obey, so to speak, then suddenly you're gonna get warnings, so it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's kind of tricky, because it's kind of like you're pretending like it's not a thing, but it's really a thing. You're just forcing this change on everyone. Except for the end developer, the person who just picks up Solid and just plays with it and doesn't realize isn't going to have any pain here. And just it's so funny. Like, as I said, it's a way to keep like the ecosystem in check. I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence here. I'm not sure. Anyway, I think it's enough on this topic for today. I don't know. The other fun thing I was thinking of doing at one point, but this went way longer than I thought it would, was to implement streaming on Vercel, because I got access to the new docs, so we could add. Vercel added streaming to their Node server, not just to their Edge functions. So I was like, oh, let's go do that. But it's already 3:30. I'm not going to bother that. Could live? Well, that's the whole thing. The strict version still works when you're not strict. So like what you're basically saying is, go update your library to be strict, right? At that point, the strict version and the non-strict version are both strict, right? Like. Yeah. So, I mean, forgetting it is actually, except for in the JSX, which now we have TypeScript to guard us for, forgetting it is actually really, really obvious. I think I showed it earlier where like, you end up getting like a function or so, like, in like place, like if the thing is like, this is so weird. The TypeScript is so annoying, like in here, because it's not working. But like everything's like I have to go back in the playground. I don't know what happened to. I borked that place. But what I'm getting at is like, I think the parentheses are. Like, I think because of TypeScript, and I think because with the exception of this one place, you'll be like, you'll see like a function suddenly, and you're like, oh, you can't add a function and a number, Yeah. And this is the truth, right? The funniest thing is you could pretend like it's not a breaking change, because technically speaking, like if it doesn't throw and it just warns, like. It doesn't actually, like, all the existing code still works. It's just showing new warnings if the person opts into it. But it's just, I don't know. Like, actually, in React strict mode, does it throw? No, it just console logs things twice. So like if we treat this as a warning system, it just pesters people, and it causes, like, this is where the friction comes in. I Solid developer building my app, and I start using these libraries, and then I see like, as soon as I import this library, I get like 30 console warnings. Part of it is I just ignore them at first, but then like maybe, but then I also might be like, hey, I added your library and it has like a whole bunch of warnings due to strict mode. Can you go fix it? Well, I mean, it is just a dev mode. The problem is we're telling people to change how they write their code, but it's not an error. It's more of like a strongly worded suggestion that you should change the way you write your solid code. Yeah, I mean, there might be more details to it than that, but it's like, it's still like, it's only there so that you can like know that you're doing stuff wrong. And then when you publish to production, none of it matters, which is there, but it could cause you to change the way you write your code. And that's the benefit of it. All right, let's get wrapped up. Let's get ready for This Week in JavaScript. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We don't have to throw. I was just kind of, yeah, definitely. So these are all like decision points on it. I just wanted to kind of like, I figured I had a hypothesis on like what we could do, and I think that mostly covers it. It's really as simple as intercepting where we read the signals and and modifying untrack, and then basically untracking events explicitly. If we do those three things, essentially we could add this. This took me longer just fooling around with the tooling here than it to actually like implement it. So like, this is not a question of whether we can implement it very easily. It's a question of whether it makes sense. But that's why I wanted to look into it. Okay, I'm just gonna pop out into this mode here for a second while I get ready for This Week in JavaScript. I don't know. It was a fun experiment. We just finished looking at what it would take to implement a strict mode in Solid. So we kind of designed it out, then I implemented it, and then we played around in StackBlitz to try to test it out and see if we liked the implications of it. The high level idea behind the strict mode, though, was to basically warn people whenever they tried to access a reactive value in a place that wasn't tracking. That's the idea. Like, so if, the whole, like, we kind of started looking at how ESLint warns people about that stuff. Like, like if you do double count equals count times 2 and you don't put it in a function, ESLint goes, hey. But we're like, there's situations that go beyond that. Could we, as a runtime mechanism, be like, hey, you should, you're trying to do something you probably shouldn't be doing. So we actually implemented it in a way that it gave us the warnings in the right places and not in the other places. Because there are places that are not tracked, like event handlers, where you don't want the warnings. So all in all, it worked out, not bad. But it's, I don't know. Some people like it. Haven't heard many negatives in the chat, but, probably worth checking out. Anyway. Sorry, did I get a raid? Is that what happened? Did I just miss that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there it is. Hey, Austin. Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, sorry. I always have to switch back to Twitch because I'm on stream. Because I'm on StreamYard. Does that add over to the bind? Minimal. It's basically like an extra on track call. And all the extra code gets tree shaken away, except for that one extra, the extra on track call, only in places where you are opting into this behavior where you're like saying, I do want to untrack it. So very, very, very minimal bundle thing. The problem is like, you just can't detect everything at right time. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's the gist of it. Like, I think the example we use is if you create an effect I don't have it open anymore to share my screen. Anyways, if you create an effect and put a set timeout in it, the linter can't tell that the function inside the set timeout isn't tracking, but or not as easily, right? So it's that kind of thing. Ooh, file upload stream handlers. Oh, that's fun. So you're like playing with SolidStart. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Maybe more fun than the people had here. I don't know. This was more just curiosity thing on my side to see if we could if we could like kind of play with this. It's hard due to the fuzzy boundaries between. Yeah, I mean, and all those APIs now are kind of in a weird poly state. Like we try and use Node's request response object polyfills, like in UnDC or whatever, but like. And they have a readable stream implementation, but like I found gaps myself in there. So like we've been polyfilling some of that stuff ourselves to fill in gaps in their implementations, and I think that's the hardest piece. Like we've looked at Remix because Remix has a lot of the same problem space where they're like, you find yourself like patching these built-ins that are kind of supported by Node but not yet. Node 18 changes the equation, but I think we're still minimum version Node 16, so we're still we're still supporting the older polyfills as the mechanism rather than just using Node 18 directly. That's something we can look at changing in the future though, but yeah, good point. I've had to copy a bunch of Remix code, yeah, and that's the thing, we're all based on the same basis, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, async fetching possible. Yeah, I mean, sure. Like the thing is, the components don't rerun, right? So like you can just like fetch anywhere, set a signal, and have that update the stuff. We have a primitive called createResource. But I generally push people more towards using suspense and stuff. It's just a better pattern. But yeah, check out createResource. But yeah, I mean, the most basic version is literally in component body, promise then set signal. Okay, let me get set up for This Week in JavaScript, which is what we're going to do now. That's why I'm full screen on my own face, so that I could quickly get this around. And I don't know if this is going to be the longest This Week in JavaScript, to be fair. But there was definitely some news, so to speak. So we're going to talk about that for a minute here. Just going to open up a few of my browser tabs here so we can get started. And see if I have any bookmarks. I don't know if I have any bookmarks this week. I was working really hard on Solid. Yeah, no, I don't have any bookmarks this week. I was working really hard on Solid 1.7, and that's really what kind of shows up. I see, yeah. Honestly, the multi-part thing was just because it was like... Yeah, I think it was just like it's like the baseline we started with. Like we wanted to support the multi-part forms, and then we're just like, okay, we have a solution here. Like we didn't give it that much thought, because we knew we only needed like a single solution, and like then we figured like we just had one that covered like the bases. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I stored in memory, which is not what I'm going for. Yeah, so yeah, I haven't played with the upload stuff that much yet, to be fair. It was just like we were looking at the form mechanics for progressive enhancement, and yeah, it probably could do with some tweaking. Okay. I think I'm good. Let me just double check. Anything else here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is going to be a little solid focus just because of where the release and stuff, but let's do it. Okay, cool. Let's roll. Where are we at? Okay, let's go. So it is time to talk about this week in JavaScript. And for me, this week in JavaScript, definitely a few things happened, but I had a lot of my focus distracted because I've been working on Solid 1.7. If you checked out our last stream, we talked all about TypeScript and Solid 1.7. So that was, a lot of my focus, but we'll talk about a couple other things this week too. But, getting that train rolling, this week started with me with a really cool announcement that the Shocker UI and Zeg, basically this kind of similar relationship with Arc UI, and it came out with solid support, which was always nice to see when a new library comes out and it has solid right out the gate. Piece by piece, the ecosystem is filling in quite nicely, and it's awesome to see us like on the short list of things that work with this universal headless UI component. So very stoked to see that. Oh, you're right. I didn't put the banner up. Yeah. It's funny because I used to edit these things, right? So, yeah. Oh well, it's fine. Like I made separate videos for several months and then I never released them. So here we are. Anyways, yeah. So we're talking about this week in JavaScript. Sorry about that. Big news for Solid, probably the biggest news for Solid this week is that Dan Jutan is back. He was on stream going over all the details of Solid and SolidDocs, and that was a lot of fun 2 weeks ago, I guess. But he's reinvested in Docs. He's looking at actually raising money for open source and stuff because he's decided that he wants to spend half his time on Astro Docs, half his time on SolidDocs, and he wants to figure out a sustainable model which will let him do that. So I'm very stoked to have Dan back. It's what we need. It's what the SolidDocs need, a shot in the arm. We have people working on them and a bunch of contributors, and our fellow Michael or Dev Shogun has been doing an amazing job at kind of like pulling that together. But it's very different the amount of effort someone can do when they're volunteering their time where they can versus someone who can dedicate their time to it. So I'm very happy to have Dan back, and I'm expecting really exciting things for SolidStart in the future. Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned before I was on an Angular podcast. That was fun, but the other big news for us this week, obviously, is I was also on this. This is the podcast. When I keep on talking about whiskey. Check this one out. There was whiskey drunk during this. I don't think it went to my head too much, but it's a very different type of podcast. So I just want to give that a shout out. But sorry, back to the big news for us this week on Solid Camp was Solid 1.7 came out, which had all those TypeScript improvements that I talked about last week. And I couldn't be happier. As I said, the first time I opened the playground and saw the red squiggly line, so to speak, I was just thrilled, right? That was what this whole thing was about, which has almost 700 likes and 140,000 views. I'm glad people liked it. It definitely. For me, it's a moment. It seems like such a small thing, and everyone like questioned every API choice along the way. But I think this sets like groundwork for the future of Solid, like sets a precedent, and I'm very excited about what this means. So yeah, I'm very excited for that. I thought it was an overview, not a green screen. Well, yeah, it's because I didn't realize like they were going to use the video. I thought it was only the audio. So I was just like, however I was, because we were literally sitting there on stream drinking whiskey. So I mean that works too. But yeah, I mean, I don't, the funny thing is I don't have much more to say about 1.7 because I talked about it all last week. It really is a big release. There's been some bugs coming in, some weird ones. But we're working through those, and I'm very excited for the next step. So, okay. That's most of the solid news, to be fair. So let's continue our conversation now on the other news that happened this week, and that largely was a couple things. Okay, I want quick shout out to Qwik. They released their RC candidate this week, so they are very rapidly approaching 1.0. They've been piece by piece adding all the pieces they need, including the big part is for them. They decided that they couldn't go to 1.0 with Qwik without Qwik City. Essentially, the meta framework is as important as the core framework, and they worked on these things together to basically build them towards that goal. So essentially, they understood the use cases. So Qwik City going to 1.0 meant Qwik could go to 1.0. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that we've seen, I don't think there's anything new coming here other than just stability, right? They have obviously the resumability. Qwik City has adapters and middleware. They have their server function RPC based APIs, file based routing. They've been getting a lot more integration with UI or ecosystem libraries, and they have their quick React bridge kind of set up. So yeah, I think it's good timing. At one point they were like, we're not going to release it till we have out of order streaming. I think they don't. I don't think they need it. I think they just need to consolidate on what they have, and I it sounds like they're in a good place. So awesome to them. I'm pretty sure we'll see a 1.0 pretty soon. All right, cool. Yeah, so that leaves us with, okay, yeah, I mean, there was a few, there's some other content I want to ship here too. I don't know if everyone saw this. We've been talking about React Server Components. This stream with Ben Holmes and Dan Abramoff it's what I've been waiting for, so to speak, because I mean, I already know how server component works. I've been explaining it on stream, but every time I've been watching Dan explain it, the description explanation gets better and shorter and tighter. And finally to the point where the stream, yes, it's a long stream. It's like 3.5 hours or something. They actually implement a router with server components. Like they actually build the whole thing without using Next. So like if you really, I heard someone call it a Ryan Carniato style stream. So if you want to really get into it, I think this is a great stream to check it out. They talk about all aspects of it, and they build something to actually show how it works. So high regards to this, and definitely something you should check out yourself. Which leads me to, as I said, obviously I'm not talking about Elon's open source or whatever. That's just not in my scope of things. Sorry, before I do that, the other stream that was really good that I wanted to shout out was the Vue, Vite, Theo, Evan stream. I'm going to throw out here that the stream had almost half of it was Evan and Theo talking about Next and React Server Components. So do keep that in mind. But when Evan starts talking about the future of Vue and what excites him, I was right there with him. Very interesting to hear his thoughts on Vapor. He talks about Solid a whole bunch in it too, which is really cool to hear. This is also a great stream to check out that happened this week. All right, so that just leaves us with the other big news this week. Dominic Gannaway, creator of Inferno and Lexical, has been working on a new framework. We've been talking about Octane. I've seen it. Basically, he took something kind of like a React forget type syntax and compiled it down to something kind of like Solid, essentially. And he's been shopping it around, trying to get buy-in from different parties to see if he could like build it with funding and find a way of doing it, which is hard work. The bar is so high for frameworks these days, and as I mentioned, sometimes you can spend a couple weeks on something and build something really incredible, kind of like what I was talking about earlier about like just like spending a few hours and building a fast framework. But the whole rest of the buy-in takes so much more effort and time. It looks like what's actually going to happen now is he is joining Vercel to work on Svelte. And my understanding is to work on Svelte 5. Svelte 4 is obviously already in the works, but he's kind of working on the reimagined future version of Svelte to take advantage of his amazing knowledge on compilers and performance. So this is, like, in my scope of things, huge. Really interesting because, as we know, Svelte's language has had certain kind of restrictions placed on it because of limitations of compilation as we do it today. And that has lent it certain properties that I find less appealing. Dominic being there and working on that stuff could really change the math, so to speak. So I'm very excited to see where this goes, because while I'm kind of disappointed in that we're probably not going to see Octane, like the framework he was working on, I am excited that the ideas there will live on, so to speak. And I'm still very interested in seeing how, like, the work and how he's going to approach the reactivity. So very, very, very cool. And on the exact same day that news came in, Tom Occhino, as many of you know, one of the early kind of like leaders at Meta around the React project, is also joining Vercel. And it's interesting because he kind of stepped away, from that like a couple years ago, kind of distanced himself a bit. And I don't know if he's going to be involved on the React side or what, but he's joining Vercel along with many other Meta alum, so to speak. So it's interesting because Tom does amazing work, and you can see that in the way that the people who've worked with him talk about him and the impact he's had on projects. I don't know what he's doing at Vercel, but this is definitely something to be looking out for. It's very, very, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it comes to mind. It definitely is a contrast to the economic situation that's going on right now. So I'd love to see how this all fits into the plan. But I mean, in the meanwhile, these are two amazing individuals joining up with them. So I'm always happy to see when open source gets supported, and that money goes into supporting people working on open source. So I mean, how can you not get excited about this? As a new person in the web dev, Tom thought it was early on. Tom was one of the I'd say one of the main guys, especially because he was very vocal. Not very, but he was involved in conference talks, putting React out there. But obviously Jordan Walk was the original visionary. He got Tom. You just watch the Honeypot documentary, and and Pete Hunt kind of in. So he was one of the early group. Over time, it's like the kind of visible face of the React team changed. More Dan Abramoff came in, and Andrew Clark, and that kind of direction changed. But in terms of the early React, Tom is definitely one of the earlier faces of it. Even though, as I said, he's not it's not like the same as Jordan Walker Seb is in terms of being considered like the visionary or the keeper of the vision. So, but the thing is, Tom's impact goes beyond his public facing part, which is important to know. So, yeah, not like this. React was had the win over Meta, and it was kind of like a team. Like in a sense, Jordan Walk was that engineer like that. Like it was his idea. He pushed it at first. He had a few different prototypes before they became React, so to speak. At some point, Jordan kind of got further away from the project, and Seb kind of took over as a visionary. But Seb was never a very public person. So these days, it's funny. Dan Abramoff usually gets that thing, even though, interestingly enough, he's more on the teaching docs side of things, per se. So yeah. I didn't invent React, exactly. Hey Dev, how's it going? All right. But that's the thing. So I don't know. It was funny. This day I just felt like I was on Vercel News. One last piece of news this week that I thought was really cool is Vercel made Lambda support streaming, which is amazing because we've been waiting for Lambda to support streaming. It feels like for a decade. Almost all serverless functions that aren't the new edge type, so to speak, are on AWS. Like Lambda is the underpinnings of Netlify, Vercel. When you go somewhere and it's like serverless, it's generally AWS Lambda, and they just haven't supported HTTP streaming since the beginning, and apparently it's coming soon. But because of how important it is to modern frameworks, this is another example where I was talking about like Vercel just kind of brute forcing the way, or React basically just going like, yeah, no, we're going to make the platform support us. Vercel, put themselves behind their mouth behind their money, or whatever the term is. They went and implemented their own streaming solution on top of AWS, even though AWS hadn't done that yet. Which is quite interesting. How did they do that? Is that the question? Well, it involves, I believe, proxying between the edge functions in a way that they can use the edge as a proxy over AWS, so that they can stream data receiver, yeah, and then stream out from the edge. Yeah, this is some crazy stuff. You kind of go like, I wish I could just use Lambda directly, but they've got a solution here. I want to try it. That was the whole thing when they released the article, and I gotta give them some major props here. Little SolidStart add-on. That was maybe because I nudged them a bit, because when they put this out, we weren't in there, and I was like, hey, which is fine. We haven't worked with them recently. We aren't part of the project, but we were the first framework to support streaming on Vercel. Like they literally released it, and I thought Next.js released, like Next 12 released with the streaming feature, and I found out they actually didn't. So actually, SolidStart was the actual first framework where you could just go like deploy to Vercel streaming, and it just worked. We basically implemented it the day that it came out. I'm glad that after I mentioned that, they actually do it. So it's funny. If you look the Twitter archives far enough, you'll actually find where I actually posted on the exact same day. I was like, here, streaming SolidStart on Vercel Edge. But now it's on regular Lambda, and apparently it's just a toggle switch. I'm going to go into SolidStart in the next week probably and add support for that. So we'll have streaming both on Edge and non-Edge runtimes, which it's great. This is one of those things that have been keeping us back. Solid actually, by default in SolidStart, doesn't do streaming. There's a couple reasons for that, but part of it is actually infrastructure support. And this is definitely one way to do it. Build your own infrastructure around AWS to support it. So I don't know. It's kind of cool. He did at one point, but then if you look at the quote tweets here, he's like, here's a little bit more detail of how we did it. He didn't get too technical, but if you actually find in here I'm pretty sure I saw it when it first got released. He was like, we elaborated on our solution here, yeah. right? Because Jacob was trying to like think about it. It's because like everyone is kind of stuck with this kind of scenario, right? So user HB exceed. Have a way to make a connection that very call original, right? Yeah, so everyone's like looking at it. It's so funny because I've talked to people related to AWS and stuff, and they're just like, oh, you guys are overhyping streaming. You don't really need streaming. It's not important. Yet like the whole front end ecosystem is like hinging on this. Like it's such a miss in terms of like perception. I remember Brian LaRue getting really kind of upset at going like, look, we can do WebSockets, do this, and like talking about all these other things, and none of them actually solve the problem that we want for streaming. It has nothing to do with WebSockets or like streaming stuff after the fact that much. That helps in some places. It's mostly like just being able to start responding from the server, loading JavaScript assets and stuff before all the data comes in a way that lets you fetch from the server. Like, it's just like, other than the like some oddities around HTML not being able to like, you know, timing of you having to like send the headers and stuff, it's just like pure win that no solution that involves the client making a handshake back can do. Like, it's literally uniquely this, you need it. It's not like front end like doing something silly. It's just literally the reality of things. So I keep on hearing from people at AWS that it's coming soon, but I guess not soon enough. So yeah, very, very cool to see this kind of work. Obviously, push next forward. It is interesting because you know what I mean? Like the type of work it takes, because like now I guess Vercel is the only place where you can do non-edge streaming serverless, basically, where you can actually use a node runtime. So you can have Prisma plus streaming, so to speak. And that's kind of compelling, you know, especially for frameworks which support streaming. So I don't know. Definitely interesting. So yeah, I mean, in the future, I'm hoping that the standardization of like WinterCG and like that stuff around the edge runtimes, like I kind of almost rather be doing stuff not in Node. Maybe like the newer Node kind of trims away some of the other stuff, but like I'd almost rather just having this like standard edge type runtime or standard serverless type runtime, and just not have to worry about these kind of implementation details, and just be like, oh, I've got a stream, send that on the response, and not have to get into this level of thing. That would be nice, even nicer than this. But in terms of the immediate future, I mean, or the immediate time period, this is very cool to see. And with that, that's this week in JavaScript. I know, not a ton. I might have missed some other news. I mean, we can always bring in a little bit of drama from time to time, like you know, Ben Holmes and Dan Dutan are going to be going live this evening, actually, talking about seeing if they can implement React server components in Astro, which is kind of cool, you know. We were on a space, a bunch of us a week or so back, and Dan Abramoff was like, hey, you know, you could put server components in Astro, and we're like, yeah, why not? You know, because even in Astro, you know, there could be, even if Astro with client-side, this client-side rendering hybrid kind of mentality could have value for server components because it makes the boundaries permissive or whatever. So Astro supports everyone. So I think this is interesting. It's funny. Matthew Phillips is like, this isn't the roadmap process, Ben, which I'm gathering he's talking about live vote. A Twitter poll is much more. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's been 4 hours, but I mean, usually there's like a little bit more content. I wasn't sure if I was going to do a stream this week, so to speak, but you know, I found the opportunity to at least test a theory in terms of strict mode, and I was interested in what people thought or felt about it. I think it's one of those things you got to see to feel to get the impression of it. You know, like, do you want to untrack explicitly everywhere? Like, what does that feel like? They don't want. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think, how should I put it? I don't think Astro and React should be battling each other, so to speak. Like, I don't think it's, I mean, there's a bit of that because React's like fully React, you know, like kind of, you know, doing that thing right now. But it's like Astro doesn't care, like, really, or they shouldn't, from my perspective. They should be like, okay, let's, you know, React has a feature that might not make sense in Astro. Well, whatever, we'll support it. Like, who cares? Because if you have React and you want to use it in Astro, you can, and that's good. And if React wants you to do this pattern, sure, you know, Astro's a server runtime. We can, you know, put some server components in there, you know, have at it. I feel like from that perspective, that's not where like we should be like burning things. I think what's more interesting is there a future where Astro and alleviates the need for something like Next? That's more interesting. I'm fully on Next and Astro, not you know, completely aligning, seeing eye to eye, but React, you know. Like, I get why the opinion exists, but it's like, it's funny. Like, if it makes sense, it's not too much work. Astro supporting any React-like feature is just like, it just adds to the Astro story. It doesn't matter if no one even uses it. If it doesn't make sense to, if Astro comes up with like a hybrid client thing that just is way easier and more ergonomic and cuts the JavaScript more and just is just beneficial in every sort of way over what React Server Components does, still having support for React Server Components and putting that checkbox is just a win. Because then people can go like, oh, I want to use React Server Components. You can. And then people are like, oh, wait, why am I using React Server Components here? This is even better. That could be the experience. Like, it just bridges the gap. And I think that's like Astro's power. Like, if you're going to be agnostic, you might as well be agnostic. Like, lean into it. Yeah, in a sense. And they can even have actual more server component things, but like, who cares, right? Like, I've been seeing a lot of this actually. And another example is like Astro and Qwik. You know, whenever the conversation comes in, you know, especially Qwik guys are like, we get no benefit out of running inside of Astro. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of true. But I'm like, it's also kind of like, who cares, right? Like, I've been working a ton on like 1.7 type stuff. I only managed to like, I released 1.7 like 2 days ago. The last day I've been, you know, working on some other stuff, the conference talks and like basically, and bug fixes. I spent most of yesterday working on some interesting bug fixes around 1.7. I didn't talk about that today, but it turns out that that trick of shorting the templates has weird exceptions. I've learned so much about random HTML rules. Like, buttons will swallow comments if not closed in parent siblings. Why? No idea. If you look in the spec, it's probably documented because all the browsers act exactly the same way. So like this is a set behavior, but there are some interesting rules, like where like someone reported a bug where they started a bold element in one paragraph, and if you don't close the bold element, even if you close the paragraph and you like close the parents, the bold will leak into other paragraph elements in like separated siblings. And it's not like it's just like leaking from like a HTML standpoint. It'll actually, the browser will insert bold elements around like in those paragraph texts. And you're just like, why does it do that? I've never seen stuff like this. And yeah, it's super weird kind of stuff. So I've been in that zone. The only other thing I've been working on is the router. So in a sense, right now what's happening in SolidStart isn't about adding new features. It's about consolidating. Like Nikhil's been working on the Astro stuff and like working with them and getting the pieces he needs to port it over. He got islands working in Astro, like the islands, experimental islands working in Astro, which is funny because Astro's an islands framework, but actually SolidStart islands working in Astro. So, and I've been porting I've been working on my next big thing is working on the router. I want to make a universal router that works for server components and non-server components. So I know that's not what everyone's looking for, but the thing you have to understand from my perspective on this is it's not about server components being part of SolidStart 1.0. It's about consolidating on the API and knowing where things live or own, so that like this means that we can like actually freeze the API for real. Like, you know, obviously beta, it suggests that we're pretty happy, but then we need to move this to RC, right? And once you understand how these future pieces go together, it does have implications here, because now when you look at SolidStart and you go, okay, we have this adapter level, you know, request response model, you know, built on, you know, kind of something on Astro. We have, you know, some kind of module extraction mechanism. Bling makes a lot of sense here, but obviously we have to pay attention to what React's doing here, because they're kind of shaping the ecosystem. And then what about everything else in SolidStart? Well, as it turns out, other than some like middleware handlers and plugins, the other big part is like the forms data loaders. So like the create route data, create server data. Like if you assume that the Bling part's like a separate part, like you know, like create server data is just a Bling plus this. And then you look at stuff like the island router experiment. Almost every other piece of SolidStart is actually router material that's not in the router. So by focusing on the router and consolidating this and saying like, this is the routing solution that can handle all these things, we actually streamline SolidStart essentially, because now we know where all the pieces are and where all the pieces fit. And this is really exciting to me too, because we did do this pattern with SolidStart where we're aliasing things, and we did it for a reason, mostly because of the islands router and all that kind of stuff. But I think if we believe that we've consolidated this sufficiently and we can put the parts in each place, like we know that the head stuff is handled here, like meta, and the router handles this, and we have clear division of these pieces, we don't have to do the aliasing through SolidStart, at which point, as I said, you just have these pieces, you know, Bling, the adapters, and the router and meta. And even if you import those directly instead of going through start aliases and whatnot, you now basically have the building blocks for any kind of framework. And that baseline is what SolidStart is, putting those four things together. But yeah, this just gives us more power and control. So even though it like sounds like I'm working on server components, that's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because it actually gives us very clear responsibility on how SolidStart should progress. Yeah, so that's the question, right? If the work on Bling lends to it as well, I mean, this we're in the same boat. The truth of the matter is, Tanner has been working on some stuff for Nozzle. You know, he's got important deadlines to hit, and that's been his focus. And he's been, you know, as it turned out, like this always happens. You like book your vacation, and then everything gets busy. So he's, you know, he's got his, you know, he hasn't touched the stuff too much the last, you know, week or so, and he was on vacation before that. You know, we're gonna have Tanner come on, I believe, on the 14th, not next week, the week after, and we're gonna talk about this stuff. So I think yeah, we're gonna do a recheck-in to kind of decide where we're at and how to progress. But yeah, I mean, RSCs are an important part of React, which means they're going to be an important part of TanStack. We've been playing around, like obviously whether we want to do our own version of RSCs, but I think it's more of an API question. Like if you're in React and you're doing this, you're going to tap into RSCs. It's just whether or not, you know, as I said, I think the way that React approaches the standards makes it harder to fight against the current, which is tricky because like, I'm going to say it straight up here. I think stuff like use client makes a lot of sense. I actually think server $ has huge benefits over use server. And I think that makes it interesting because like, are we going to get like Remix not touching this stuff on one side, perhaps, then like next being exactly React, and then is TanStack going to be in the middle where it's like we're like RSCs the good parts plus the superpower of Bling or something. So yeah, we're still figuring that out. Mostly right now, stage is replatforming, right? It's making sure that Astro over Vite gives us everything we want. Astro in itself could probably support like with the right renderer adapter could just support React server components in Astro, and I think we're going to find out on that stream today. It starts in 40 minutes. I think they're just going to try and implement it just straight in, like just bring in server components into Astro. Astro's server components, not React server components. Yeah, they just need client routing, and they have an open issue that they've been looking at. I've been writing how the problems and the thinking, and they're researching into that kind of based off some of their own ideas and stuff. And I mean, I've been using all Nate's libraries to do SolidStart's server component thing. So Astro itself could do server component S stuff using those same tools, and that's what I kind of outlined. And they're kind of doing their own experimentation. I think they're going to look at it without nesting at least at first, and kind of like decide how viable it is. But in a sense, I've said this before. Astro already its HMR basically works like server components. So if they want to standardize on that and understand the trade-offs, they could definitely do this. Yeah, that's the answer, right? Yeah, it'd be interesting here. Yeah, Greg's like, sorry, I wasn't here. That's fair. What we ended up implementing was our read signal call basically like errored or like warned if you tried to read a signal with no listener, if there wasn't another untrack flag set. And basically I changed untrack so that by default it sets that flag to say like it's okay that it's untracked, but you have the option to override it and say like, no, when you're untracked, actually still error. And what a process, and then I went into our DOM compiler and wrapped our events in untrack, the kind that says don't care. And essentially what this did is it meant that if you tried to access reactive value in the component body, error. If you tried to act without calling untrack yourself, if you tried to access it in any kind of set timeout or whatever, error, destructure, error, all that stuff. But if you use it, normally, or you use it in an event handler, or you untrack explicit yourself, it's fine. Again, I don't even know if this is a good idea. It was just, we tried it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a good point, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot more. It's interesting because I see the biggest implication is like you're actually pushing work down to the library maintainers. So see how they feel about it. They haven't been very vocal. They've been kind of like, if it's for the best. So I mean, but I don't feel like I should be beating them into submission. Yeah, it's not the RSC side that we actually care about as much as the RPC side of it, because one of the biggest open questions is how to handle the request response. And it's really interesting because that's kind of in the frameworks domain, yet people are standardizing on RSC. So like if you're building server components for auth, like, how do you do that without knowing what the request response object is? My experience on the use server side, like on the like RPC side, is that we always need the request, like almost always need it, which means that it's an interesting tension without things being standard. I mean, it's possible that they realize it and then they release the React standard request response model thing or something. Like, I don't know. This is a wild territory we're getting into where, like, I mean, I mentioned this to Dan. I was like, in the space, I was like, hey, if we want to work on something, I'm like fully into like reach agreement if it makes sense. I don't want to swim against water, and I know whatever you guys land on is going to just like push everyone to do that. Solid itself is fine from like node, I don't know what it is, like a while ago. I feel like node 12 or something, global this came in. But SolidStart is much higher because we wanted to be able to do like the streams and stuff. So you need a later version of node 16 minimum. Yeah, I mean, but even that isn't the key thing. It's actually, for me, it's more like the fact that like, because it's a function call, you can like pass stuff to it. Like you have more control over like saying like, how do you make a server function act as a get versus a post? Like just little things like that. And maybe it doesn't matter, but it actually has impact on, stuff like how the browser caches, or like how you want to like approach shaping the request object and stuff. Like, I don't know. I do think that that's probably the thing. It is interesting, like that could end up being the API, but yeah. Oh, there you go. I didn't realize that it was that late. My worry is all people run into a bug and don't bring it to GitHub. Yeah, I mean, and there's only so much you can do about that. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. And you hope that the errors, yeah, like it is extending your docs. I really like that comparison, Greg. Yeah, what's interesting to me is that it's funny. It's this news we didn't talk about. Theo created a Zod wrapper for like use server for Next that I believe he published under PingGG. Let me see if I can find it. Ping, was it ping.gg GitHub? I think he published it. Yeah, Zact, and this is a public repo, so I'm not going to be spoiling anything here. The thing that caught my attention when I saw this Zact thing that Theo was working on is that obviously it has a lot of, it's funny because when I was looking at this, I'm like, we can do this with servers so straightforward, and then like this side we already have in SolidStart, so you don't need to use Zact. You just like create route action or create server action or whatever. This is just like a way of like wrapping. It's a higher order function to wrap your server function because this is all in server. But what I saw about this is, look at this: use client, import validate action from action. So he's actually importing server stuff into the client build, which Next has been showing how you can pass everything through props. This works, which means that pass through props is actually not a restriction. It's something that Next wants to do as a pattern, probably, because it's like, it's easier. Like if you don't let people import stuff, you have more feeling of like safety, because like certain things don't get passed in as easily, I guess. But this is not a restriction of the React server component thing. You can import anything from any server file, but this is a client file, is what I was getting at. So this is interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. I know that on the next side, they definitely want to they want to make the baseline that you don't need to send the form to the browser. I understand that's why they're working on it on props and stuff, because technically then you can save sending some more JavaScript, like you can shave the kilobyte or whatever. So I do think it's interesting. But yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of questions still left over on what best practice is. Like Theo's getting ahead of whatever next mutation API is and is like, I've just recreated TRPC with server components. Like that's, what he's trying to do here. All right. Anyway, yeah. I showed him router refresh. Yeah. No, which is important. It's actually like that's the invalidation call. Like when you do a mutation, that's the core of it. It's the same concept as remix, right? That when you navigate, you do partial updates, but when you mutate, you actually reload the current page. That is the magic piece that people like. That's when you understand how different server components are, right? Everyone knows I love showing off this stupid demo, but like when you get in here and you go to the search page and you start like typing stuff, and it's while I'm doing this, it's completely responsive. And the funniest thing is, if you inspect this while I'm typing, you're going to see that this whole thing gets unmounted. Let me see, where is it? Okay, am I in the right? Okay, where is the input field? Inspect. Yeah, okay. Input field is down here, okay? Let's try this. Oh, I guess it doesn't get unmounted because of the diff. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. If you look at the code authoring, it's much more obvious. But yeah, the fact that like, yeah, I guess this isn't as obvious here because there's an outlet here that we're using a comment marker for, and then this outlet is this whole section. So technically speaking, there's no more nested route here. This whole page is a nested route. So technically, the HTML that we send along the wire, like to do the diff, has to include the input out element. But because we persist this component over the state, we never actually replace it, and we diff the rest of it. Server component stuff is really cool. Yeah, of course. But then the big win here is twofold. You don't have a client-side cache, and you don't have the code like for that client-side cache, which is significant in terms of code saving. Generally speaking, like picture not having Apollo suddenly. I think that's probably the biggest thing. And the second thing is, although React doesn't take advantage of this, is you save on the data serialization initially. Like I think React still serializes it, but you don't need the data for stuff that can never be triggered from the client. So technically speaking, like if you need to hydrate a bunch of stuff, like you need all the information for all the movie listings and all this kind of stuff, you can basically just skip sending it, which impacts page load too. So it's not just skipping hydration execution, it's skipping data serialization, both at the server render time and on the hydration side. And it removes the JavaScript code you need for having the client-side cache. So like the trade-off is like probably a minute change in terms of like, I think the caching part's more interesting because you got to ask yourself the question. You got to be like, would I have been going to the server anyways? If the answer is yes, this is just like a straight up win, right? Because if you're going to the server to fetch the next data or to mutate something, you're just doing it in one trip now instead of two. So like, there's huge benefit there on the mutation side. On the fetch side, you were always doing it in one trip, so it's kind of like, yeah, the client side update will be faster, slightly, because like in terms of the rendering, but like if you're rendering at the same time you come back, like the idea is that it should be almost like not a big deal. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Well, it's partial hydration. The thing is, before resumability, there was this. The islands frameworks do this, and what people don't always recognize is that, like, that whole like tree of like you can pass server children to client children and reduce the islands. Like Marco's been doing this forever. It reduced 85% of the front end code at eBay, like, on some of the pages. 85% of the code never sent to the browser, never run, never doing this. Like, so like when I look at the scope of things on resumability and thinking about it, like in obviously some cases it changes the scale. Resumability is like the last 10% optimization from my perspective. Like you could argue you could just start with resumability and then you don't have to worry about some of this. And if that were true, then I would say like, okay, but the truth is actually you can get the majority of the wins without going there. And, it's kind of simpler and sets up for client-side routing here, where resumability will have solutions for client-side routing, but like we haven't got there yet. So this just put the focus on routing instead of on optimization, which I think in the end, both you kind of end up in the same place. But there's a certain absolutism around, like when you take this approach, you just know that the stuff that it's not a question of like when it will get into the browser, or like if 100% you're like, this is never going to the browser. So you can just like shed like 80%, 90% of the weight. So much to the point that Marco's resumable solution doesn't involve lazy code loading. They're just like, I don't care. Like if I've already got rid of 80% of the page, like, sure, I won't run the code at start. That's a huge win. But do I care if how much code I load? I don't need lazy code loading, because like what's the worst case scenario? Like, I've got a gigantic page and I loaded 80 kilobytes of JavaScript that I don't run. Like, who cares? Like before islands or server components, that page would have been 500 kilobytes. So 500 now is 80. Resumability now, it doesn't run initially. Like if it was such a big difference on code splitting, you could be like, okay, let's separate the code loading of these two sections. Like that's like my perspective on it. I think resumability is a really good thing. I just think like it's not like you basically solve. This is why when you look at Lighthouse or any comparison you're going to do on any kind of toy demo, you're just never going to see a difference. It's like the server-side rendering. I think there's a great article from the Qwik guys showing their movie app and how fast it loaded. And the difference between Qwik and Astro was basically non-determinable. It was like 1% on Lighthouse. And the difference had nothing to do with hydration. It was just that the Qwik page was like rendering faster on the server. Like it actually had almost nothing to do with resumability. And that was so I think it is a different story once it scales. But it's also one of those things where like, we have to think about. I'm glad that work's going in to figure out the trade-offs of the developer experience and stuff, and figure out where to go there. Because if no one's working on it, then we're not pushing stuff forward. But it's also like I think a lot of solutions will just be like get to server components, see a massive win, and just be like, and just move on with their day. Us on the performance side, it's never enough. So we'll keep on going. We'll keep on searching. But I think it's an interesting question when stuff like server components or islands alleviate like 80 or 90% of the problem. Because then when you look at the last 10%, you look at it with very different eyes. Because you're not like, I need this. You're like, this would be nice. So you might be willing to make slightly different compromises, like maybe something slightly less efficient, but still, resumable, for example. because you get some kind of other win. Well, yeah, what I'm getting at is like right now, Qwik has a router that can work as an MPA router or as a SPA router. But what you actually want is not MPA or SPA. You want for this stuff, a hybrid router. You want something that has the benefits of an MPA with client-side routing, whereas like SPA mode means you're back to rendering everything in the client. So you're just like all the pieces come. So Qwik has a container mechanism to do this, so it will, like this is 100% happening anyways. But I'm just pointing out like if it's interesting when you can shift the baseline, and then that affects the experience to the point that you can like change what was thought was necessary. I look at it that all the way. So from that perspective, the most important thing is knowing what to prioritize less, because then it might change how you approach the next step. The funniest thing is it's so easy. It's so easy to display where streaming is beneficial. Like, because if the response is slow from the data source, streaming is just like an instant win, right? It's much more challenging when the data loading is fast, and at that point you're like, yeah, so don't bother streaming it. But then it comes back again when you have like larger apps with multiple services, because you're only as fast as your slowest source. So like, it's interesting. And the problem is you can't use Lighthouse type timelines. You have to use something more like a web perf test or whatever, because Lighthouse puts like when you do slowdown, it puts like a hard cap on it, which basically eliminates all the benefits of streaming from it. They just like take everything and like treat it like it's slow. It's like it's not like it's how should I put it? It's like the artificialness actually stops it. We wrote an article with the guys from the Marco team where we found this and we're like, oh wow, Lighthouse is actually like hiding the benefits of streaming because of the way they artificially apply the slowdown. But that doesn't really apply to true vitals, which are real numbers. So there's a difference between web vitals and Lighthouse. Lighthouse is an approximate, where web vitals are the actual measurements of the same metrics. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I ignore that. The only thing that's interesting there is the bundle size. The one thing I will say is that the JavaScript cost per byte is more expensive than any other resource per byte. Things have gotten faster, but classically, like all things being the same over the network, if you go back like 5-ish years, the JavaScript cost on a low-end device was almost equal to the network cost for like the same kind of execution code. Like they showed like if you had 170 kilobytes of JavaScript and it took on your network 3.5 seconds to load and 3.5 seconds to load a 170 kilobyte image, the image after that point would take less than 100 milliseconds to like display, like way less actually. And the JavaScript would take another 3.5 seconds to actually parse and execute. So like it was almost like the JavaScript was twice as heavy as other resources. So it is significant, but it also like, you get what I'm saying? Like you reduce the, like you take 80% off the top, then like, it's all with performance. It's always the next bottleneck. It's never linear. It's always like you just hit the next bottleneck after you alleviate one bottleneck. I mean, if things are fast, streaming has a slight overhead, and like if you do put loading indicators in place, like it can be a little bit more jittery, so to speak. I think there's a balance to be had. I think like Solid or Remix's defer is definitely like a good tool to have at your disposal. Do I have a favorite Final Fantasy game? Tricky. It's so funny because like you have this nostalgia attachment to these things that like I can't get over that. Like 6 was my favorite, so like I don't know if I'll ever like I don't know if I can even justify it anymore. But yeah. All right, I've caught up to chat. So there. There. Showed you all. Caught up to chat. Oh, and Theo's not even streaming anymore. I was gonna raid him with a happy birthday, but he's already out of here. Is that why there's people actually in the stream right now? Oh well. That makes way more sense. Yeah. I was like, when Dev came in, I was like, huh. Anything interesting happen on that stream? I have to admit, our stream today was more of an idea and a proof of concept. Probably not the most interesting thing, but I'm glad we had the conversation. More RSC stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean it's the topic, you know? Like I am very stoked on it. As I said, it's funny. It's been the API decisions and the impact on the ecosystem that's like held me off. You don't get to beat React to anything realistically because like the big player will come in and just swing the convention to them. It's like I don't know. It's funny. It's like sometimes you have a big enough lead and you know it makes sense. But like I've just seen so many frameworks that have been so smart, so ahead of their time, and then like when it finally becomes prime time, they did their own thing differently. Like if you're not far enough away from that, it's not worth trying to fight it on the big picture. Maybe on the details, but not on the big picture. It's challenging, right? You know, when you look at things like Marco, which, as I said, incredibly ahead of its time. I mean, even when I think of things like CoffeeScript, you know, I sometimes feel like JS just wanted to give the middle finger to CoffeeScript, even if they grabbed everything from it. Like the spreads are on the opposite side. Like just the silliest little things, they did everything like just the same but a little bit different, and I always wondered like why they made those choices, and maybe CoffeeScript's the one who made the wrong choice on like where to put the ... But it was always interesting to me that like I'd look at CoffeeScript APIs and the where JS ended up, and they'd have all the same things except they just like they changed where the ... was, like just enough to be like we're not CoffeeScript. And it's possible because CoffeeScript did that to Ruby or something else. This is the kind of scenario, like you could go and build everything, especially on the tooling side. It's the tooling side that leaves us trapped, which is it's such a funny thing because everyone knows that I'm pretty much like, I don't believe no build is a real thing. Like it's you know, when people say no build, they're living in fantasy land. But like it's that same build tool chain that has us in chains because people will not move away from the tooling. This is the struggle I've had since the beginning. I feel enslaved by it. You know, I had all these really cool ideas of what I wanted to do with Solid, and then it was like, oh, but TypeScript exists. Sorry, you know, or prettier. Like we had an explicit binding syntax in JSX that worked. Except prettier would remove it, right? And I landed on it because TypeScript didn't complain about it. Like it's like weaving out of what you can do within the restrictions of the tooling because no one wants to change the tools. It's gotten to the point like getting punning in JSX seems like a pipe dream. That I'm talking about where you can just go like curly braces, like put the property in, so like name equals name or whatever. Like no one wants to risk breaking the tooling that the possibilities of what we can do are so restricted. I mean, you can just go off the reservation, so to speak, like that's what Svelte did in a bit with its language. But the amount of, and Marco too, but the amount of effort that takes to do that and fight against that wave is immense. Like I can't stress how much effort it is to kind of get to, where parity is. I know Solid's only mostly where it is today because I just picked up JSX and had everything for free. Like, not that I don't struggle with it. It's just, that's the reality. So when looking at, like, if bundlers start actually doing certain types of things, like, do I want to go and implement a new thing if there's going to be a standard emerging where, like, every bundler understands what use client and use server means, and they just create a manifest for you? Like, how much is it worth fighting that wave? If you believe the DX can make a big enough of a change, then it's probably worth it. And there's definitely places to do that. But if we're just talking about syntax, it's interesting. I don't know. I guess this changes as the popularity of the project grows. If you get enough attention behind it, you have more sway. As I said, React right now can pretty much mentally will anything into existence. But maybe, a good enough idea can still make change, I saw someone shared a repo. Yeah, sorry. I think it was Benton. And it cracked me up. I don't know where he first saw to do this, but he shared a repo, and it was shell extended JS, and I was like, okay, no one's ever used this. There's no downloads thing, but obviously 10 years ago when NPM was new, they registered it, and this is just funny to me. This is just another coffee script shout out. Anyway, of course it was coffee script. So, it is what it is. You do this long enough. Yeah. Anyway, what time are we at? Where are we at here? 4:53. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have anything more today. I was trying to cover the gap until Ben and Dan's stream, but I think we talked about most things today. There wasn't any particular. I don't know if this week was very spicy on the JavaScript side. Just a few releases. You know what? I kind of miss Ryan Florence on Twitter. I just gotta say. Nah, I'm just too far from product in that sense that this kind of stuff is. I don't really care what happens to Twitter. I don't know. I just assume there's going to be some other platform that people find a place to converse on, and yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it's definitely yeah, I don't know. I'm looking, my orange juice is all gone, unfortunately. Yeah, that is just melted ice. Really watered down orange juice that's semi-warm. That's just not nice. Happy weekend. Yeah, nah. Oh, man. Yeah. Maybe that's what the whiskey on my counter is for. Anyway, yeah, no, I think, unfortunately, the reality of things is there are, you got two choices. You got to either pay attention to what React's doing and be on that trend wave and just know how to weave it in and out of it as like the thing is you can't just follow. If you just follow React, you'll always be behind. So that's not what you do, but you have to be aware so that like you almost have to work ahead of them and then like figure out like where you're heading and then look for the key milestones in terms of their timeline or next timeline and be like, okay, let's get ready so that, when the whole ecosystem moves with them, we're there from day zero. But in order to do that, you have to be ahead of them, essentially. The other option is you just go right off and you're just like, screw that, do something completely on like the outside, different side of things. And as I said, a single project can do both aspects of it. And that works better if it's some place that you know that they aren't heading, like they don't really care about. Because otherwise you're going to just be creating a second standard unless you somehow like strike gold, right? Like an example of that might be like signals. React was never going to touch signals. So it's like, that is like a completely safe place to go. And maybe you do something like that and you strike gold. But like, now that React, like, and the funny thing is like, I thought that islands were going to be like that. Like this whole idea of where we're getting with server components, we were playing with stuff like this with Marco. We were picturing client side navigation, basically server components before server components thing. But the problem is once React's like we're into server components, you got to be like, okay, fine. Like this isn't a new unique place anyway. I wonder. I think same thing on the compile thing. Wrote the whole article in reactive script, and then it's like React. Month or two later pops out. Here's React Forget, and you're kind of like, how much do you want to? Like, unless you really care about that thing and you want to jump ahead right away, it's harder to like put the effort in to fight that battle, so to speak. You got to pick the worthwhile things. So anyway, that's just my thinking. Yeah, what are we doing today? I have no clue, honestly. Yeah, there's a good chance that I'm going to take next week off. Just need a content break, come back strong with Tanner on the 14th. I'll see. I mean, it's basically server components. I don't think it's like necessarily more advanced. I think it's interesting having an alternate implementation that leverages, the fact that we can be small. But it is basically what I've shown here. Like this app is it's effectively server components. It's funny, we use the browser style navigation, so everyone thinks it. But if you notice, this never spins. So this is, it's, I wouldn't say it's necessarily more advanced. It's just a different implementation. So did we do it? I don't know. I know a bunch of you here are new or came off of Theo's stream, but like, did anyone actually have any opinions about the strict mode stuff? Like, did anyone actually see that earlier? I've been. I always struggle with these kind of decisions because they're like. There's always the stuff that feels like counter my nature, so to speak, and then I usually end up regretting it. This one is a realm where it's counter my nature in a sense that I don't think it's the kind of thing that I'd regret. But it's just not something that I'm as comfortable with. Yeah. Yeah, no, I figured as much. It's all good. Yeah, no, I get it. I don't know. I think I'm done. Honestly, would you personally benefit from strict mode? That's a good question. No, not really. It would actually give me like slightly more work to do. But I think this stopped being about what I'd personally benefit from. Like, it's so funny on that side. Like when the Devin Gavitt, like tweet about like double count and losing reactivity and all that kind of stuff came out, and I was like I saw, like, when I see stuff like that, I'm just like I just don't see what the big deal is. Like, I'm just like, oh, like, yeah, that's not how it works, And people are like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah, but like, why do you think it should work some way different? Like, oh, how did you decide that? And people getting like all like about the theory of whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, but it doesn't work that way. And like, to a certain extent, like, I've been okay with that. I've been doing this so long, like these kind of patterns, like I can just see them. I think though, that there's an interesting like explicitness learning piece that would be so valuable to people that I can't really ignore that fact. I think it's actually really, really, really powerful. Yeah, I know. That's what you said. You said that at a certain point I just couldn't enjoy Solid anymore. I don't think this one actually would subtract from my enjoyment. I actually looked at the JS framework benchmark, and there's one place I would have to put an untrack with this setup. That would be like the one thing, and it wouldn't cost us performance or anything. I don't think I'd have to wrap one expression in a untrack, and I can live with that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I guess I closed down Excalidraw when we looked at this and kind of plotted out like what we should be doing here. It was just like there wasn't that many things. Like, it was basically like, okay, we should opt in, and we can't do it in parts, so it's like all in or not. We have the call stack, so we just have to consider how to notify people about the errors, in a nice way, or the warnings. And then really, we were like, okay, right now in Solid, there's like these no root messages. We could pull that into strict mode so we don't have to complain at people. So that's like a DX benefits for people like me who like don't want to get annoyed by stuff that they don't care about if they're not using strict mode. And then it's just this untracked read thing and maybe effects rights, but I don't think we can do effects rights. So technically, it's just this like one feature, which is saying, and it's a big one, it's just saying like, if you want to read a signal outside of reactivity land, and outside of like the JSX or whatever, like outside of the event handlers, then you have to be explicit about it. Because if not, we'll say, hey, you're trying to read a reactive value in a place where, it's not tracking or it's ambiguous. I think that's not going to impact most code. It's just going to like give people a little bit of a hint that they're, doing something, that might not be expected. Is template JSX better than... From a DX standpoint, yeah, I think without a doubt. But, like... Yeah, like almost without a doubt. But I think it's interesting because from a mechanical standpoint, we want to get down lower, right? We want the fine grain updates. We want, I don't even struggle with the templates. It's actually the component model that makes things hard. And it's fine. The component model is what we want. We want instances of things. We just don't want to have to. It's a declarative like thing we're looking at. We want components so we have these modules, these pieces we can move around, not because we need them to function that way. So components themselves, provide the trickiest part. So in a lot of ways, single file components make things easier because then there's only one export, which means if you want there to be multiple exports, like you want to break, like picture if you were only allowed to have one component in a file, and the only time you had to import that component into a different file to use, like the compiler handled that, then you don't actually need like that component could actually have multiple exports. It could be broken apart into different pieces based on like this updates this DOM element, this renders this, and you could split it that way, and then have the consuming component only import the parts that it needs. And like you can do this anyways, but it's a billion times easier to do this with a single file component form, just because like there's no expectations of having multiple components in the files and collisions and how to do the imports and all that. But what I'm getting at is like we do want ultimately to take this declarative structure and break it down into smaller pieces. But we do this because the authoring experience. There's always that kind of tension. Like another example right now is all these meta frameworks right now are letting you build monoliths, right? That's the whole thing. Like we're back to Rails, But I think we kind of all know, or hopefully we all know, that that's not where we stay. There's a reason we went to microservices in the first place. So we need to break apart the monolith still. That need hasn't changed, but the authoring experience, the monolith kind of aligns where we're at right now. So again, we're going to have another scenario where we're going to author like a monolith, but under the hood break things up into smaller pieces. You see the parallels here? That's really what's going on here. We're getting to a point where we're kind of like landing on a DX perspective of like, yeah, components are good, monoliths are good, but we're like getting to a point where we want our tooling to be able to be pinpoint updates are mechanically good, and distributed systems are mechanically good. We want to be able to like have both. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to be like too critical on that thinking. I'm just like, I think this is what's going on and why everyone's so interested in compilers, and like it aligns with all the trends, right? Because then things that are good for compilers are good for AI as well. So like everyone's kind of like picturing how you build these building blocks, and for me, I've always just been building blocks. So like, I fit in just fine, so to speak. So I think that's fine. All right. Yeah. Just want to check something really quick here. Sorry, I'm doing it off screen so you guys can't see what I'm doing. Because now when I scroll on Twitter, I realize I can leak stuff that is not so good. So I've been much more careful recently about that. It's definitely something that I've considered. Yeah. All right. Well, anyways. Comments on the future Solids library versus the compilation target. I mean, I'm not. Those kind of the same things, right? Like, we've been a compilation target since we first showed up. Like, it's funny. I think it was glue.codes did it, and like a bunch of people were like, I even saw people build stuff that was like Svelte and compiled it to Solid because it was faster than Svelte. So like, I mean, this is part of the thing. This is why I never stressed on this part. It's interesting though, because from like there's this one side that you're building a tool, like a framework that people can use. So like you got to have strong opinions and hold people's hands. And this is like, again, where the whole strict mode thing comes in, because like, is it like egg on the face, so to speak, if you're like, don't do this? Like, are you inviting people not to enter the pit of success? And but on the other hand, like, who wants to be embroiled in that constant like bike shedding, when like, if you could just mechanically find the best approach that works well with the tooling, right? That's the key here, right? Like, don't get me wrong, there needs to be a certain level of this, because like, if anyone's seen Qwik version 0.01, like, having the good technology is not enough, right? Like, that was one of the most brutal things that I've ever seen in terms of DX, like, just unusually usable brutal. But then if you look at everything they've done since then, like, they've come huge strides. So you can't talk about one without the other, but like, it is something that I do think about, because it's funny when you talk to someone about React and they talk about the primitives and stuff. Their primitives still feel higher level. They just want to make sure that the philosophy checks out. Otherwise, like, we wouldn't be having conversations like, what if React compiled down to signals? It's interesting to me though, because like, if we're okay to go to that realm where compilation is okay, like, we've got it away from JavaScript, the language, and we're happy with that. I mean, a lot of different kind of doors open up. I mean, the answer to all of this is in the tooling. If the tooling catches up or keeps up, then we don't have problems. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just so funny because like like, I got into this because I liked the DX of, like, I just liked the compositional patterns of it. So I can't, it's so funny because like, that's like, it's always like part of the motivation when people do stuff, when the model fits, when they see it and it makes sense for them, they kind of latch onto it. It is interesting if this is just a mechanical phase for something that's a little bit different. I mean, I see a language of reactivity that is all too real. I'm just not convinced that I'd ever be comfortable enough to give away the complete control. And I think at least short term, the balance is incredibly important. It looks like we're having sushi tonight, which is quite good. Yeah, wasn't the ethos understandable and recreatable? Yeah, that's the thing. This is why I haven't jumped headlong into some of this stuff, because I worry about distancing us from that kind of really basic. Like, don't get me wrong. Some people consider reactivity not simple, but if you can pick that one abstraction, like understand signals, everything else we do seems so much simpler in comparison. I mean, simpler in the simple versus easy case. Like, it just seems like, oh, of course it does that, and sure, So like, it is definitely, it's something that I think about a decent amount, but it's tricky. We are so busy just mechanically delivering on the features and the pieces that need to go in, that I don't get to have that much time to get too philosophical on it. Yeah, I think I'm sensing sarcasm here, but yeah, no, it's funny. No, I was actually kind of like, I wonder if they canceled their stream, Dan Jutan and them, because it was This was I thought they were supposed to go start their stream like 10 minutes ago. I don't know. Fresh off the heels of the stream of Danny Roth, my friend and teammate Ben Holmes joins me to explore the alternate universe. What if Astro supported React server components? Interesting to me as a topic, but doesn't appear to be happening for us. It's all good. Oh, so we haven't missed out. Yeah, no, I'm just chatting here. You guys got questions for me. I'm all for it. You know, it's interesting right now because there's so much focus on these future technologies, and we can all see like there's a path there, but there's like a lot of work that needs to still get done to reach it. And everyone's like spending a decent amount of time like edging their positioning, when I feel like the best thing we could be doing right now is just putting our heads down and just like getting it done. But it's like, it's so hard. Like React can do that where they're sitting. It's just hard in my position to actually, you know, in this case, I don't think there is a clear, it's not as obvious that, like, and I'm not gonna say that it's not as obvious that there's like such a difference of opinion about these topics. And when there's not as much of a difference of opinion, it requires a little bit more consideration there, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, as I mentioned before, you put a lot of effort in to lead down a path that might not, like, yeah, it's tricky. RSC is just PHP currently. I think there's just so much more potential here. What people don't realize about the difference in the model is like this. I use .NET forms and stuff, and I remember view state and serialization and stuff. This pattern actually has a really, like, the persistent client element of it completely changes the game in terms of like all the clunkiness of the last time this went around, and every server oriented framework that's doing these kind of things. I will say that like live view on the other side of the spectrum is fresh air, because it's like with a very minimal client model, they have a consistent backend model, and it all kind of plays together. I think live view is very, very nice from that perspective, but it asks something that I don't think you can always give. They ask for like a really stateful, persistent, connected server, and server components are not that. Server components are an extension of how we have been building, you know, in our kind of REST kind of world of things, you know, where the backend's not stateful in that sense. So I feel like this is a newer take. The funny thing is, I think it's so funny. We would have got here anyways, but the timeline is like all off. What's happened is the people who cared about this stuff, like, you know, solving the hydration stuff, have been so performance oriented that like, like they go down such this like extremes, like, you know, in order to get those, like, that bit of performance, that we haven't crossed the boundary on the, like, even the like experience side of the product side. Like the everyone who's been working on this partial hydration hasn't been focusing on client side rendering, or sorry, client side routing, because they knew they weren't done yet. They're like, okay, we got islands, we can do better. We got resumability, we can do better. You know, like, and going down this path. And the one thing that React has done was they're just like, okay, look, we can optimize later. We don't care about being optimal. This can actually be as slow as molasses. Like, people are used to that already with React. And like they just didn't care. And they're like, how do I want this to like high level operate. And that's why people haven't got there, because like these technologies have been built by the optimizers, not by the like experience kind of people. We would have got here anyways, but I like that React's kind of pushing on it, because like I'm kind of an optimizer. I actually I saw what they're doing and I kind of like stepped back and I was like, okay. This optimization can wait. Like it's funny because talking to those optimizers, so to speak, we've had those conversations, years ago, but it was like, oh yeah, well, no problem. We'll just get that to when we get to it. It was like an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, something kind of like turbo. Yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, nested routing. We weren't actually focusing on the experience of it. We were like wanting to vet whether it's say like resumability was even viable or something like that. So it's very different source of where this is coming from. So from that perspective, I think it's like really awesome to see React kind of push this way, because it kind of wakes up all the optimizers, because they're like, oh wait, React's coming into our territory. They're actually addressing something that we care about. So anyway, okay. So everybody's ready to go. I am done. Anyways, it's all good. I hope you got some value in all of this. I'm excited for the future, regardless of what I might say. But I mean, I think that's pretty clear from what I say, actually. It's just, it's a challenging balance, and I know that there's work to be put in, and at a certain point, there's times to be bold, and there's times to kind of like watch it through. And I know this is the tension that a lot of people are feeling right now. Even like the remix guys, everyone's watching the wait to see React put their stamp, or Next put their stamp on what they're doing, just so that they know how they can maneuver in this world. Because if you try and fight against it too much, you're going to basically be stuck in it anyways, which is tricky and unfortunate in a sense, but it is what it is, so all we can do is just keep on pushing stuff forward, and that's what I intend to do. Anyway, we're going to get a raid going on to Ben and Dan's stream coming here, and I'm going to have some lovely sushi here in a minute, so I'm pretty stoked about that. So, yeah, looks like we got the majority of the Twitch crew ready to go, so I am going to wish everyone else a good one, and we are going to head over there now.